Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome to the stream. My name is Pojo. We are live. We are about to rocket at some Eternal. The delicious smell, the delicious taste of a new set. Anyways, yes, so we got some packs to open. We're going to review cards as they come out of it. Afterwards, we're probably going to do a little bit of draft. We're going to do some brewing. We're going to do maybe a full set review if we are feeling inclined. That will probably take several hours, though, so it's going to be basically dependent on whether or not we end up really enjoying ourselves with some particular brew. You know, we'll go where the wind takes us for the most part, but there's a lot of stuff to cross off the old checklist here. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get into it, starting of course with the new pack opening. We got the 36 packs. I didn't participate in the new event or the preview event or whatever it's called, Herald's Bastion, but that's okay this time around. Pretty happy to just open up our 35 Empire Glass packs and see what we got. All right, we already have something called Cobra Gear, which plays a Viper's Fang, cool, and plays an additional Viper's Fang every time you amplify it. Viper's Fang gives +2/+0 and Deadly, which the +2/+0 is basically irrelevant. Like, it means very little except in terms of if you're putting on flyers and stuff. This is kind of like a minor rally effect. It's actually not too bad for time aggro. Like, you really can't get, like, any kind of offense on a flyer in time, so this is something that actually does increase your clock in a way that's kind of interesting, and it's a fast spell, which is also pretty solid. Put this on a big solid beater, that seems pretty interesting. We'll probably be playing that. Overgrown Harvester is a 3/3 Mandrake for 3. Yeah, that seems pretty good. Hey, VS Savant! Ah! Yes, we are definitely ready to play. We got a fresh recruit. 2/1 Soldier for 1. I think this is... Is this the first repeat? Like... It's not, it's a color swap, but there is another 2/1 Soldier for 1, I think. Actually, there may not be. There may just be a 2/1 something for... I don't remember if there's a green 2/1 Soldier for 1. I thought there was, but I'm thinking it might actually have, like, Aegis or something dumb. In any case, so, blank yellow Soldier. Cool. So we got a base. That's good to know. Control Demolition, Expand the Reach, Tools of Repression. What's the rare? D'Angelo Strongarm. Entomb, play an Urn of Choking Embers on the enemy player. Wow, that's very good. That's a really cool draft card. It's a 4/1, and like the Entomb ability just gives you one of the most useful relics. So like killing it is really irritating, and not killing it is very bad because it's a 4/1. So like, yeah. It doesn't trade super well with like a, Grenadin drone, and it's maybe a slow way to get like a Urn of Choking Embers in that respect. Like, you just want to play Urn of Choking Embers most of the time more than you want to play the 4/1 if you've got, like, if you just want to run it into a 1/1. But like, yeah, that thing basically has to be killed. So it has to be traded with. It's going to trade with whatever you want to trade with. I think the main problem with it is that Grenadin are in the set, so in draft, really not so much, and Expedition, probably not happening. Pesky Wire Chewer. Sacrifice units to deal 2 damage to an enemy when you summon it. Okay, so at 2. Not too bad if you want to snipe something. Like, you can actually play this on the Snipe Grenadin. It's not a Grenadin rat. Why are the Grenadin beasts all... Okay, anyways. Yeah, I mean, it is a rat! And rat is a type. There's a rat type. I don't understand this subtyping. All right. Anyways, yeah. So does 3 damage in draft with the other common Grenadin. So in red blue, you've just got a torch on a stick. That's kind of neat. Yeah, it doesn't seem terrible. I think there's definitely some like value to that, and dealing 1 damage to one thing and 2 damage to another thing is a great way to clear an opponent's early board. Like, this is going to be like the trick that people are going to be playing around. Also, I think it sort of like depends on which Wire Chewer's out first. Like, there's a weird thing going on where how Grenadin are going to have to play around each other's commons in this. That's going to be kind of fun. Little Seed is now a common card that you can just play. So you can play Little Seeds, you can play Turn to Seed, you can play Hermit Gardener, and you can play something else. That's kind of interesting. Little Seed actually seems like not a bad 1-drop. You'd probably play it at 1, right? So 0/2, and then you just grow yourself a 5/5. That's 5 turns. Turn 5. Yeah, I mean, 1 cost for a 5/5 is not terrible. 5 turns is a lot, though. So maybe you'd play that in Expedition with, like, Hermit Gardener. Maybe not. Ghastly Perfume, give one of your units killer and regen. Cool. I think we saw that one before. Air support I've never seen. Summon, play a random soldier. It's a sentinel. What a weird looking sentinel. It's like a bug. 3/2 flying, summon, play a random soldier. The Empire of Glass has got some higher tech than other sentinel setups. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's good. That's a really good draft card. What an amazing uncommon. Hey, we got our first legendary of the set, and it's Snapix Deathstalker. Lifesteal regen. When you amplify a card, Snapix gets +2 for each amplify. When Snapix regenerates, it deals its strength in damage to the enemy player. So every time you amplify, it gets bonus. Whenever it regenerates, which is just once, it hits things. Ooh. So you can, like, block, amplify at fast speed, regenerate, kill something, or no, it only deals it to the enemy player, so it's only like some extra life. Still, card's got a clock on it, and it's also got regen on it, so kind of irritating, has to be dealt with. Doesn't have flying. It's not amazing, but it's certainly something you can play with. Blackout Disguise, sack a unit with flying of their choice, amplify, okay. So it's like a aerial battle, but worse, but yeah, that could be really good in like any sort of like skeet shooting type combo. Pretty neat, pretty neat. Okay. What else haven't we seen? Vine Tangler. When you play an ultimate, play a Mandrake. Nice. Pay 7 to give your Mandrakes +1 in Killer, which should trigger the Mandrake first. You'll get a 4/3 Mandrake with Killer when you ultimate. So 4 cost 2/4 that pays 7 to give you a another one. And it gives this Killer, so that makes it a 3/4 Killer for 7 as well. You know, not bad. I think 2 Mandrakes with Killer is really not too bad to pay for. A 4/3 and a 3/4. And then, like, you also get additional Mandrakes, of course, if you're playing Mandrake stuff. So, Ultimate's a little expensive, but obviously, like, if you're playing Xenon Mandrakes, you're going to be pretty happy with this. And I'm pretty sure that... I haven't checked to see if the Merriest Mandrake is in the set, but I would imagine it is. Snipe is a common. I don't know if that's something that I'd really want to play, but good to know. Emerald Overcharger, we already seen that. I've never seen Gravity Glove. That's an amplify +1/+1 weapon. So 3 for a 2/2, 1 for a 1/1, 3 for a 5 for a 3/3. Those are all weapons. There is a 1 cost 1/1 or a 1 cost 2/1, I guess, and then there's a 3 cost 2/2, and there's a 5 cost 3/3, and all of them are playable in drafts. So I could see this, especially if you could cheapen the amplify. That's not too bad. Incinerate, 1 damage for each card they've drawn this turn, and then you amplify. That's a weird trick. It's like, I punish you for drawing too many cards, but only if I hold too many power. I don't think that's gonna work, but we'll see. Ooh, you see this like nice glass effect when you open the packs? I think that's new. That's cool. What do we got? Roving Workshop. When you amplify a card, play a Valkyrie with +1/+1 for each amplifying and flying. So it's a single Valkyrie for every amplify, but it is... Wait, it doesn't say what kind of Valkyrie it is. Is it just a 1/1 flyer? Must just be a 1/1 flyer. Man, it doesn't even show the card when you over... Okay, well... Wait, is it a random Valkyrie? If it's a random Valkyrie, that's potentially really good. I think the wording on this needs to get cleaned up, but yeah, that's pretty interesting. Root Ripper... When it attacks your Mandrake, get +1 in Overwhelm. Summon, transform another unit into a 3/3 Mandrake. So another unit, which can be one of your units. So that's not bad for like just making a Grenadin into something nonsensical. It's a 3/2 on attack, and every time it attacks, you get a straight +1 in Overwhelm. That's okay. It's not amazing. It's a little too vulnerable and takes till turn 2 to go. Flying Charge on a Valkyrie. Man, Flying Charge is just a really good stat line on just about anything. Even on a 3/2, I mean, this card does deal damage to the face, and that's something you want. Like, Reach is an important thing that you need in Fire, and it's especially nice if you can get it, you know, in extra stuff. Hey, we got a premium IR. That's perfect. That's just, like, exactly our style. Silver Slicer, Valkyrie Warp Quick Draw Relic Weapon. So 2/2 weapon with Quick Draw, neat. But only if it warps. Otherwise, it's just a 2/2 weapon. It's still a Relic Weapon. Still a 2/2 Relic Weapon for 3. It's playable, I think. Red Plate Crasher. Yeah, I mean, in Valkyries, this is probably actually pretty good. Pesky Wire Chewer, Unexpected. Razorbot we haven't seen. Oh, wait, no, yeah, it's the Deadly Spider one. Stayer's Beckoning plays 2 1/1 Valkyries with flying at slow speed, so it's worse than Humbug Nest, but it does play a Valkyrie, which is actually better than Humbug Nest. Red Plate Crasher we've already seen. I don't know if we've seen Hardiness, but not much to say about it. It's pretty straightforward. So cheap Amplify. Hey, another legendary. Already getting lucky with this pack. Thunderous and Snooze, Killer Regen, Summon, Stun them. I think we haven't commented on this card yet, but yeah, it's pretty funny. Delightful, give it endurance, and it's kind of disgusting. The stat line's ridiculous. This might be one of the stronger legendaries, depending on how many different ways you have to give things endurance. At least one of them is a market card, so I think that's pretty possible. Happy new set day, hello Gibbon. That could be an XX Valk with flying for each amplify. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's an XX or if it's a random Valkyrie. It's hard to say, right? Why is my... I'll bet Numlock is on. No? Trying to turn my overlay on. Yeah, alright. Numlock did it. Cool. Did you know? Regen. So, Awakened was not a thing, apparently. Apparently it's just... Awakened is just a thing that, like, the Queen of Glass applies. They never actually did an Awakening thing. Hey, Premium Gleaning Grenadin. Oh, he's so gleaming. Man, this guy might actually be a new emote for us, right? We gotta have some, like, cute Grenadin emotes in general. Like, look at these guys. Look at that guy. He's so good. That buff Grenadin. We might spend some time in Vector and make this an emote. That seems pretty reasonable, right? Oh, we could also do, like, Bastion Gatekeeper. There's gonna be some good ones. I like the idea of using some, like, yeah, I could even make a rat one, since I'm playing so much Apex lately. Express Route. Put an enemy on the bottom. Oh yeah, this one. Super dead. So very dead. The deadest of dead can be. Okay, so let's see here. Puts the enemy unit on the bottom of its deck, and then it gets negative 64 health. That's pretty dead, yeah? The reference, of course, is Express Route to Hell, but very, very good. Yep, I think Rude is definitely the idea here. Fatal Misstep, kill an enemy unit that was played this turn. Each player discards the bottom 3 cards of their deck, which actually takes your unit back out of the Express Route to Hell. Let's see here. Size Slash, bring into focus is draw and draw and draw. Okay, so the Amplify for this is kind of nice, right? Like, pay 2, get a Justice Sigil. That's like a better Roland's favor, because the Amplify is just like, I don't want to have Justice Sigils in my deck anymore. A lot of green decks really want to have Justice Sigils in their deck, so this may not see a lot of play, but, I mean, getting a bunch of cards is nice. And Amplify is 3, though, so, I mean, it never really draws 3 cards at a reasonable level. I think the sort of area you want to go is, like, draw 3 cards for 6, and, like, usually that has some sort of drawback. Draw 3 cards for 7 is pretty intensive. Okay, anything else here we haven't seen? No. We're getting pretty used to the commons and the uncommons here. Alright, Pyrotech Explosion. Yep, that card looks ridiculous. It's a stupid Flame Blast. I'm really happy with that. How much damage before this is better than a Flame Blast? So 3 Amplify 5, that deals 8. Oh wow, is it really that easy? It's just straight better than a Flame Blast at 8? Well, I mean, 8 is still a lot, but then, like, you get to double it every time because it's not double damage. And if you give it double damage, then you can immediately make it 16. And then, like, it still costs a solid 13 to kill your opponent with it, but 13 on a double damage Pyrotech does not seem unreasonable, and that's going to be 4, 8, 16... 32, assuming you can give it double damage. Alright, pretty expensive. And then 64 is the next hit. 32 is pretty reasonable to get above, so this is a really well-designed card in terms of, like, what kind of areas of, like, speciality it sets. Like, or areas of thresholds it sets. So, like, if you are trying to gain life to make sure you don't die to Pyrotech Explosion, you have very specific numbers you need to be above. You need to be above 8, because 8 is where Pyrotech Explosion is going to kill you. You very likely need to be above 16, because they're going to try to double damage the Pyrotech Explosion. And if you are a life gain deck that is just, like, really trying to, like, outlast this thing, you need to be above 32, which is totally doable. So, yeah. I don't think it's a great card, because it only targets your face, but... cards that only target your face do add reach, and 3 for 4 is actually really, really cheap, notably. So, yeah, that might actually be better than I'm thinking it. Like, Detonate is still a playable option. Yeah. Restorative Process we saw... I don't think I've seen Amberlock. Oh no, that's the draw card. Inferno Dance, Elemental with Reckless, Amplify for more elementals. Ooh, and each one, again, like sort of, ooh, the +1/+1 more than the last. So a 1/1, a 2/2, a 3/3, a 4/4, a 5/5. And they have Reckless but not Charge. That's still pretty cool. What do you mean can only target face? Oh, never mind. For some reason I thought it was enemy player. Nope. You're quite correct, Meowkin. Yeah, can't be stuff by Aegis as a relevant thing on a Flame Blast. I can definitely see that. Have I seen Blow the Dam? I have not seen Blow the Dam yet. I think we will definitely take a look, Kindness. Builder's Decree. Choose a non-power card. They can't play a card with that name for 2 turns. I mean, Royal Decree never really saw a lot of play. Or was it Royal Decree? Whatever the 2-cost one was. Amplify 4, play a Sentinel with strength and health equal to your maximum power, so... yeah, okay. Not a bad 1-cost, and then, like, the Amplify actually, like, prevents them from Harsh Ruling, so... It's any non-power card, which is definitely not bad. Like, pay 5, get a 5/5 Sentinel, your opponent can't kill it for a turn. And I think the non-power card triggers first. This is pretty strong, actually. This is Expedition legal and possibly pretty good in something like Throne. Like, 2 turns is a big deal. Hey, how's it going, Tempest? Bar the Gates, that's the one. Does Royal Decree, like... I don't remember what Royal Decree does. I was thinking it was the one where you, like, transformed everything, but I couldn't remember for sure. Hey, Tempest. If we didn't say so... Yeah, we did say already, but hello. Shoal Dredger. Costs 1 less for each unit in your void. Discard the bottom card of your deck at fate. Ooh. It's only a 6/7, so it's a pretty expensive one, but, like... Yeah, this is a cheap, interesting draft beater. I bet you could definitely play some cool stuff with this. Also, like, faster hitting things to the bottom of your deck is a thing. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Faster Red kind of traps the bottom of your deck in a weird way, and then a bunch of other cards are like, I want to get stuff off the bottom of my deck. Okay, anything else looking interesting? Roto Scavenger. Oh yeah, that was cool. I think we've seen the rest of these, including Customs Officer. Next up, we got Toll of Warfare. Discards each card with cost 6 or more from their hand and market. And... Aw. This is just me looking sad. I mean, that card just... That card's just there to make me sad. It's not good. It just makes me sad. The discard cost is pretty expensive. Alright. Every card with cost 6 or more. That's pretty interesting. That might be better than I'm thinking it is. Pay 4 to just eliminate your opponent's endgame. And 6 or more, so like at 6. Yeah, not unreasonable. Really good way to hate on Reactor Forge. Because you just eat all of their big stuff, and then they're like, well, now I take a bunch of damage and get a bunch of power every turn. Power Cell is really cool. I think we've seen the rest of this. Explosive Potential? Oh yeah, that card's sick. Like, that card's just bonkers. How many charge Valkyrie are there in this particular format? With crap stats? Yeah, no, that card's actually kind of insane. Yeah. Relay Point from the Heavens, Core Tap, Size Slash. Oh, I didn't see Stakeout before, but I didn't take a look at it here, so maybe we'll see another one. Heavy Artillery, Overwhelm, Valkyrie Warp, play a 3/3 weapon on one of your units? Okay. Silver Titan. Oh, yeah, we have seen that card before. Incineration, that's really fun. Well, it's silly, but yeah. Ooh, Fatal Misstep. Kill an enemy unit that was played this turn, and then bottom 3 again. Okay, yeah, we've seen these. Trying to find some we haven't reviewed yet. Promenade Patrol. Ooh, when you play a relic. Hey, Sentinel Relic Shenanigans. Also, it's a Tinker Sentinel, which is the first of that type. When you play a relic, your Sentinels get +1/+1. Silence each enemy unit with 1 health when you summon it. Ooh. Both really... I mean, yeah, there's a lot of units with 1 health that really need to get silenced. And that's a 2/4 for 3? This is actually just a super strong rare. This card is playable in Expedition and Throne. I think Sentinel Relics will be pretty happy to have it. Glen Scout, Flying, Soldier Bird, Amplify for a Mandrake. A little bit of like interconnected tribal stuff going on. Yeah, Hujin and Kira are definitely good examples. Kato, Arena Herald. Freaking, like, ugh. Basically the entire Kato deck. That's the thing, right? Is that, like, I don't want to, like, the Kato deck is half the reason I don't play Throne anymore. Because I want to play big stuff, and I'm just so tired of Kato decks. And that hits Grenadin, Eat Guy, it hits Yeti Pioneer, it hits Kato, it hits, like, most of the little tokens. Yeah, it just hits so many things. Reappropriator. Flying and regen. Summons, steal an enemy relic, while Reappropriator has strength equal to or greater than relic's cost. Assumably while it's alive, too, but... Huh. That card's dope. An amazing draft bomb, right? Like, you get a 3/1 flying with regen, which is already pretty sweet. You can buff it and do some wild stuff with it to steal expensive relics, and then you can also just steal relics with it. Shoal Stirrings. Play 2 Mandrakes from your Void. Each unit in your Void gets +2 strength when you draw it. Ooh. Ooh, spicy. Mandrakes are going to do some dredging. Are Mandrakes any good? They look like the Pauper mid-range aggro of the format right now. So I would say yes. They are going to be what you want to use if you are getting started and you're looking for like good commons. I'm pretty sure that like Mandrakes are just like common aggro in this format. Just based on what I'm seeing so far. I haven't seen every single card yet. Passionate Stonehammer, Flying Berserker. Love this card. Shadow Sea, yep. Okay, oh yeah, there's a Shadow Sea. Interesting. Shadow Sea is a common name. Sludge Blade, Valkyrie Warp +1/+1, and Deadly. Is there one of these for each of the different colors, or is it just the 3 like Valkyrie colors? Neat, though. These cards are completely indistinguishable. Like, I cannot tell where the blade is in this card. It looks like it's a scythe. The other one, I couldn't see it either. Flying Fate, ooh, Fate Warcry. Hello. I want it. Yeah, that's not bad. It's just a straight 2/2 of stats, but you have to like give it to something else, which is fine. And then you just have a card that you can like trade into your market. Another Snapix. Okay, definitely running a Snapix deck soon, sounds like. Darkwater Vines. Whenever any player discards a card, gets +1 strength, and they discard... Ooh, yep, okay. Each player discards the bottom 4 cards of their deck, so... Well, assumably it doesn't trigger off itself. But it does make Mill worse, which is, yeah, a wild time. There's also like a Howling Mine in this set, so that could get pretty nuts. Shorthopper, that Grenadin Kirin. Oh man, I seem to recall. Does this card suck, or did we? No. We had issues with it, but we couldn't figure out how it worked for a second. I think it's fine. I have to look at it again, and I'm not going to do that now. I haven't heard any voice lines, so... Is it going to be a constructed all-star? Yeah, maybe so, maybe so. Dekros technique. Hey, we got the techniques! Kill an enemy with cost 6 or more and give it Voidbound. Wow, man. Gotta shut down all the 6-drops, huh? No more Heart of the Vaults, okay. Give one of your Valkyrie +2/+2 and regen this turn. Yep, that's pretty good. Or create and draw a random Valkyrie, which is totally dope, yeah. Okay, yeah, these charms are very good. I think they are going to continue to be solid. Light Petal, Pollen Sprayer. Play an ultimate. Oh, another ultimate Mandrake. For each unit you sacrifice, units have +1 this turn, and your spells deal +1 damage this turn. Ooh. Wow. That's got some interesting shenanigans available, although it's in blue and purple, so you can't really get it into like the red and yellow where you really kind of want it. I feel like the addition of blue makes it harder to get so much sacrifice running. But there's a ton of like purple, red, yellow sacrifice matters stuff. Zimic Coercion. Seen that before. Pinnacle of the Reach. Okay, there's Argos. Yeah, we were talking about that on Twitter. That card's ridiculously good. Like, negate an enemy spell unless the enemy player pays 2 is just like a really good top end for your charm. Bastion Garrison. Your soldiers have +1/+1. When you amplify a card, play a 2/1 soldier for each amplify. Okay, yeah, so this is a Xenon Obelisk that also supports amplify. That probably makes it very strong. It could even be... The question is it stronger than Xenon Obelisk for amplified decks? Getting units off of a Xenon Obelisk is very, very good, but not having the +2/+2 is not as good. Still, that's a lot of 2/1 soldiers that are like 2/3 soldiers. I don't know. Combined with like Send for the Reserves. Yeah, you're probably not going to get like better value in Throne than like a Xenon Obelisk, but that's still probably a card you play. Okay. Boop. Cool. So there is an Obelisk in the draft format. That's good to know. Downdork Scrounger. Downdork. Good old Granite and Pig. Let's see here. Yep, we've seen all these. I don't know if I've seen Frostbite. So that's a stun amplify, but... Fire Sale. Oh, I know I'm going to like this, right? At the start of each player's turn, they get additional power this turn equal to their maximum power. Wow. That's... Start of each player's turn. All right. Getting pretty fancy there. That might be worse than Birthright. I think it's worse than Birthright. It costs less than Birthright, though. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you were like... The thing that I really want to do that, of course, and what I think people are going to do that's not going to work, is put together like a taxation deck where you just like use all of your power to make all of their power worse. Probably won't work, though. Start of each player's turn, they create and play a Justice Sigil. Ooh, that is a much better version of a ramp deck. It's just like, hey, justice for all. You don't have justice? I'm sorry. Okay, so what are the odds that a meta deck in the current competitive scene, in the upcoming competitive scene rather, has like some colors in it, and then has like 1 or 2 Justice Sigils in it just because of this card? I'd say they're low, like 10, 20% maybe. But like, if this card is actually really good, then like just stealing like an extra march on somebody with a Justice Sigil in your own deck could be really fun. Alright, anyways. Combine that with the Fire Sale, yeah. Everybody gets Justice, everybody gets Fire. And then we all play Valkyrie. Forever. Valkyrie are going to be pretty common, I think, in early Expedition. Linex Molten Wing, that card's ridiculous. Excuse me. Ooh, another one. Okay, well. Got the startings of a Linex. Might have to buy another box. I think we're going to have to just buy some drafts, which is fine. We got 2,200 right now. Express Route, Watchwing Support. Have I seen this one? Oh, more green. Yeah, okay. I think we have seen this one. Cool. So we're pretty familiar with the commons and uncommons, which isn't a huge surprise. Greedthorn. Yeah, Greedthorn would love it, assuming that Ironthorn is available. Ironthorn is usually not in the Expedition format. Although I haven't, that's why I haven't been playing Greedthorn, is because like I just don't play Throne anymore. Pinnacle of the Reach. Ooh. Alright, everybody gets toys. Right, yeah, so this is the Howling Mine version. That's 3 of them. Is there a 4th and a 5th? What would the Shadow one be? We have to guess now. Could be Everyone Loses Life, which, you know, is a very Shadow thing to do and a pretty powerful thing to do. Wouldn't be like discards cards. Maybe we've already seen it. Maybe I'm not even sure. Unit from the Void? Unit from the Void definitely could work. I don't think discard. I think that's too much. Yeah, like Unit from the Void or Mill is definitely a possibility. Sharp Tactician! Silence another unit. Sharp Tactician gets +2/+2. Ooh. Oh, I was thinking it would get battle skills for each battle skill it had, but nope. I'd actually almost prefer that. Getting like a 6/6 off of this is pretty good. Getting a 4/4 off of this is not terrible. That's actually pretty powerful. It's like a 4/4 for 4 is probably playable in Expedition. And you know you're going to get 1 battle skill, right? So the main problem is that you're silencing a unit, and it may just be a unit with no battle skills and like some serious text on it. So yeah, that is Okay, pay 1 to plunder on a 3/3. It's also got like a weird little. It's got a lamp on it, but it kind of looks like a hat, like a badly drawn hat. I just want to like. It just looks like it's like doing like a hey, like a little top hat. I don't know. Anyways, I know there it is. 2 damage to themselves. Ah, I was correct about it being losing life. That was my first guess. But it is damage to yourself, which is actually not losing life. You can prevent that and do other things. All right, so the last one is we got red, yellow, blue, purple. The last one's green. Oh no, green is the Justice Sigil. Do we not have yellow? Yellow is the other one. I don't know what that one's going to be. That could be any number of things. Like maximum power is a possibility, but there's already one that does that. There's already 2 that do that. Buffing units with like killer or something? I don't know. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to figure out. Stakeout. When 5 of the cursed player's units die, assumably not all at once, sacrifice Stakeout to play 3/2/1 soldiers. Amplify, give 1 of your units killer. Wow, what a weird card. That's a lot to fulfill on. It's probably a draft card, but it's not a great one. Time is trade agreement. Oh yeah, that's the spells can't be fast and fast spells are slow. Okay, that's very different from the other 2. But that makes sense, yeah. Okay, we've seen all these. Moldermuck is nice to get. The Senator's card is in fact very powerful. Another Shadow Sea Rising. Oh, this is when a player plays a spell. I didn't notice that part. It's not like every turn or anything like that. Just hates on spells, which, sure. Ooh, I got an elevator. Elevator's pretty sweet. I'm very into that. There's going to be a lot we can do with the Kyoju Elevator. Alright, and we also got this pack, but obviously we're not reviewing the card in there. Turns out Bart Beguiling was a fun card. Alright. Got 104,000 plus. I haven't actually done my my cleaning, so I've probably got like another 10, 20, 30k. Which is not enough to like get a really good start on the set. I think you need about 25k, but we do have 2,200 gems and we have a lot of money for drafting. So I think first things first is we're going to just hit a draft and start our collection. Gelatinous Form, 7/7 regen, amplify to play a copy of it. That is bonkers. Oh, this is rough, right? Like, why is this Metal Fang glowing? Is it like the store? Some sort of visual bug. Okay, so like, this is a tough one, right? Because normally I just want to go after the rares because we need the rares. Like, if we have new rares, we should grab them. But like, Metal Fang is just gonna win like every game. That card is stupid good. Let's print it. Oh, you know what? I forgot to put up my video. I was gonna do like I did a dumb thing. Well, if the regen thing animation is still playing, we'll put it up. But like, hopefully they've had a chance to fix it by now. I made a very dumb thing mocking the regen animation noise. Patroller's Glaive, Valkyrie Warp Plunter, Amplify +2/+2. Oh, that card's really good. It's got Valkyrie Warp, and we're in like red, purple, green, so yeah, we can do that. Lampback Incinerator seems nice. I mean, we're kind of digging for Valkyrie right now. Oni, oh, we got an Oni Valkyrie. Hello, friend. I'm into you. All right, 3/1 flyer. Don't mind. Auto Tread. Enemies lose their regen and can't regenerate. Pay 1 and discard a card. Oh yeah, this card's actually not bad. Blood Boil Executioner's kind of nice. Shoal Dredger's probably fine. Could be a good way to like discard stuff like Patroller's Glaive and then bring it back with Oni Hybrid. I'm looking for like cheap stuff. But like Mill is probably like we have a pretty good Valkyrie focus. So what we need is Send to Market. Never mind. I just missed that there was removal. Hookblade is another big expensive Valkyrie. I wonder if I'm having like I wonder if there aren't as many cheap Valkyries, and we have to like kind of look for those. Flying, regen, ready your Sentinels. So we can either go Sentinels or we can go for more Valkyrie. This is like a Fate ability. I don't have a Relic weapon yet. So Hookblade Infuser is not looking that great. But neither is anything else. Controlled Demolition is good if we have stuff. Side Street Monitor is not bad, per se. I guess we'll go with Hookblade. Maveloft, Danglo. Danglo Counterfeiter is the... Oh, you have to sack it. Yeah, that card sucks. It's the only playable card in our colors that we want. Which means we might have to pick up some other different options. Gatecrash. Emerald Overcharger is great. Size Slash is great. Barricade Basher is great. Blackout the Skies is pretty good. I think Emerald Overcharger. Metalcraft Cadet. Hey, there's a Valkyrie, and a cheap one. Gloves of the Pyromancer. Amazing stuff. That card's really good. Hoarding Builder. Oh, weirdly, Gloves of the Pyromancer has a bunch of anti-synergy with all the like random mill that we've got going on. Sludgeblade. Love it. Yeah, let's build these Valkyries out. Can I get like a Valkyrie friend? What's it called? We'll take the Oryx Sentry. Triumphant Return, that's pretty good. Yeah, that card's great. Controlled Demolition is nice but expensive. Yeah. If I was playing Sentinels, then I'd definitely take it, but I'm going to be trying to pick up as few Sentinels as possible because I'm like, oh, yeah, Sentry's a miniature soldier now. Maybe it always was. It might be crazy. Torrent of Filth is pretty good. Killer's Favor is pretty good. We do need power cards. Killer's Favor is not my favorite option for that. We'll take Torrent of Filth, I guess. Valkyrie Denouncer. Yeah, I guess. I have too many expensive Valkyries is the thing. Token of Ambition, that's my colors. Suffocate, that's just good. Aerial Spotter's nice too. It is a Valkyrie. It's an expensive one. I really don't like Aerial Spotter. Let's take the Suffocate. We need removal. Crown Patroller has Plunder and is a 1-drop. I think those two things both put it in there. Denouncers are nice, but like they're not so nice that we need a bunch of them. Fourth Reeler's great. Boulder Gate card, another Plunder card. Cares about stunned units. I think Blood of Makar might be better. Spore Spitter, blah. Rampager, blah. Which is better? I mean, I think it's Spore Spitter, but it doesn't really matter. Bannerman, amazing 2-drop for us. We are 3 colors, so we need as many of those as we can get. Oh, hey, it's Emerald Spear. Haven't seen this card in a while. I think Finest Hour beats it out, though. Ooh, Magmatic Sentinel. Lovely. I don't think I have any ramp, though. Ground Crew. That card's still very strange. We'll take the Bannerman. Coastal Diplomat. That card's still very strong. Oh, wait, no, that's not the Entomb one. This is the one where you just silence stuff. Still okay, but yeah. It's just a soldier. Might take a Token of Creation here. I don't think Relentless Pursuit is really, like, so important that I need it. Ancient Defenses. Okay, that card's really cool, actually. I think you play it without Sentinels. It's just a torch. You need torches. Seek Power, though. We'll take the Seek. Minotaur Grunt, Seek Power again. Tough. I'll take another Seek. Bannerman, Seek Power again. Which is better, Bannerman or Seek? I feel like it's Seek. I have no idea why so many Seeks are going. Silverwing's great. Emerald Spear's great. We can now actually take like some 7-drops because we have 3 Seek Powers, which is awesome. Longshot Marksman, cheap Gunslinger, Loyal Watchwing, bad Valkyrie. Another Seek Power, that's 4. Metal Fang, hello! And a Makeshift Cadet, but yeah, Metal Fang. Incineration, deal 1 damage to the... Oh yeah, that card sucks. For us. Not for everybody, but for us. Oni Hybrid's fine. We do need some, like, actual weapons, because I don't have enough of them now, right? Oh no, I'm actually doing okay. I've got some good Valkyrie, like, junk. Call on allies. Move a random unit in your deck to the top. That's bad. Does make Valkyrie Warp more likely. Bastion Boltcrafter. Jade Lodestone, Bastion Boltcrafter again. Blood Boil Executioner. I think send to market. Oh. I keep missing the send to market. It just doesn't, like, it's just so weird to see green removal, you know? Rail Driver Valkyrie is fine. We can definitely play that. Gravity Glove is pretty okay. It's a relic weapon, amongst other things, which we would like for Hookblade Infuser. Replicated Sellsword we don't care about. Oh, Brash Flame Spewer. +2 while wielding a weapon. Is that better than Size Slash? So 0-1 Flyer. How many weapons do we actually have we can put on it? Patroller's Glaive, Gloves of the Pyromancer. That's about it. But it does enable like Valkyrie Warp and Valkyrie Fate. I think Size Slash. Second Flame Spewer. I think Malaga Munitions on this one. Covenant Peacekeeper's cool. Another Flame Spewer. Again, I'm not so sure that I don't just want like Bring into focus. Blackout Disguise is nice too. I really mess with my opponent's flyers with that, and I am going to be trying to race. Rail Driver's okay. Yeah, that's a good weapon. Drifting Drone. Flying Lifesteal, which is good for carrying weapons. It is a Sentinel, so it might not play, right? Cares about Relics in my Void, which I actually have quite a few of. Yeah, honestly, it's an okay one-drop. And another okay one-drop. Cool. Yeah, alright. We didn't get a market, it's the one thing. I really expected markets to be very common in this format, and like, I just didn't get anything that accesses the market. I think I have 0 cards that even reference it. Like, we'll take a quick look. Yep. Nope, we're just not getting anything out of the market. That makes Boltcrafter worse, but also, like, my one-drops are pretty strong. Do I want Crown Patroller? It's got Plunder, which is pretty relevant. We don't need Gate Crash, obviously. Or Wisdom. Or probably Torrent of Filth. I think we're trying to go for, like, a lot more relics and stuff. 43 out of 45. I have 4 Seek Powers, so, like, we need to cut 11 cards exactly. And then we'll be good. Rail Driver's probably not worth it. Like, Patroller's Glaive does that at 4, so... any other weapons that we really don't like? Gravity Glove has that Amplify ability. Yeah, the metal things are going to be interesting here. Skyguard Sentinel's terrible. And time, so not what we're looking for. It's not terrible, it's just time. I really want the Boltcraft... Oh, I only got one of them. Each weapon in your hand and market, which I cannot get any in my market, so that's a problem. Size Slash does not work as a trick. It does work as a plunder option. I think we cut that. We have 10 spells. We're probably going to be pushing it pretty slow, right? Yeah. Gonna have a lot of removal. Gonna have like our Oryx Sentry on the ground, doing some block-in. Drifting Drones in the air, giving flying lessons. I have enough removal that I don't really need to use Blackout Disguise, but I kind of feel like it's going to be relevant. Emerald Spear is a tough one, right? I think Blood of Makar can go. I don't know if I can support that. Even with this many flyers, I'm not sure. Dig Metalcraft, dig Stalwart Silverwing, dig the Oni hybrids. Those are going to be really good. Yeah, so cheap relics are going to be pretty important. I got to cut 7 more cards. Flamepack Incinerator is not like stupid good here, but it is a really great fate. Spore Spitters, obviously, yeah, we didn't want that in the first place, so that's gone. Hookblade Infuser is tricky. Like, I'm just really not sure that that card's at all good. What can we give, like... So we give Decay to, like, a Gravity Glove. It's a 4-1 now. It can kill more things. Hooray. We give it to a Magma Javelin. No, terrible. Sludge Blade. Maybe that becomes good. Yeah, almost all of my... I think Hookblade's just gone. I've got 2 Metal Fangs. I'm competing for this 6-drop slot with Force Wielder and Metal Fang, so that's out of there. 17. We're now 37 out of 45. 17 units is about where we would like to land. Longshot Marksman's kind of a pusher. Pretty strong card for aggro, but I'm not sure I'm aggro. I think I actually want to defend more, and Longshot Marksman doesn't do that. Okay. That is all the units I can cut, though. Unless we want to cut Valkyrie Denouncer. And that card actually, I think, sticks, so... Emerald Overcharger is a good ramp card. It also puts Relics in the Void for Drifting Drone, which is important. Yeah, Drifting Drone and Emerald Overcharger go together, so that makes sense. Cool. Four more cards need to go, though. This is getting difficult. I'm not a huge fan of Magma Javelin, but I think it's our best removal. With 3 6s, I want all 4 Seek powers. Suffocate can't possibly be right. The little Valkyrie that sacrifice are really important. This is so hard. Like, Blackout the Skies feels like one of my weakest options because I have so much like relic and attachment recurrence. Pretty sure Magma Javelin is not as strong as the other options for removal. Gloves of the Pyromancer is a card that I love. But do I love it more than, like, Suffocate or... yeah. We could cut a Send to Market. It costs 5. Cut a Valkyrie Denouncer. We'd lose another sticky Valkyrie, though. I feel like I might have a few too many heavy cards, so Emerald Spear would be not a bad choice. 4/3 Valkyrie Ally. Cards are common for a reason. Then I guess we cut a Send to Market? Maybe we just cut a Seek. I have a lot of Plunder, a lot of other stuff going on. 15, 16, 17, 18. It's a lot of power. Could cut a Drifting Drone. That might not be bad. Especially if I'm cutting this many relic weapons. I'll be reviewing Titan Foundry. I'm sure I'll be reviewing all of the cards. Have I seen Room? Orc Sentry changed types? Yeah, I saw that he got a soldier. Ooh, cool. Fire, Seek, Justice, keep that. Drifting Drone looks good. We got Seek Power. We got a Shadow from Sludge Blade. I don't have a Valkyrie yet. Gotta be careful how we behave here, right? Like, we need Beautiful. 3/3 lifesteal. Turn 2. Seems pretty strong, yeah? Don't suffocate me. I'll be sad.
Calm down.
I am sad.
I pledge my loyalty.
Okay, Finest Hour will kill a thing, so that's something.
I've got the perfect thing.
My life for Argenport.
Gross. That card needs to die.
As Steyer predicted.
Yep. Can't get rid of the 1/1, but that's okay. They might send it to the market later.
My life for Argenport.
I'd trade you Valkyries here, probably. Actually, no, I probably wouldn't, right? So I want to keep mine. Oh, gross. Still dies, but no more of that plaguing my deck. Alright, well now that's very worth sending to market. Do I care about the green influence? No. Wait. Did they have 2 of those? Oh yeah, they sacrificed one, that's right. To the market with you. Random revenge card?
Handcrafted.
Guess we suffocate this one? That works, yeah. Gives me the ability to attack back. I need a Valkyrie so I can draw my Valkyrie warp cards.
Can't handle the heat.
Oh no. Rude. I should have gotten my Praxis Outlaw a while ago. Pew pew. Praxis Outlaw's back. Happy hour is over. We're in very good shape here.
You chose this fate.
I think Boltcrafter is my weakest card. I think I actually want to cut that. Although it does enable Valkyrie Warp and it's a 1 cost. I mean, I really need that, so... I kind of really missed not having the Valkyrie thing that kills the flyers. I'm still second-guessing this deck a little bit, right? Like, Overcharger, we should probably be ditching for Magma Javelin. Oryx Sentry is definitely correct. The Send to Market was really good. I just want more cards, you know? I want to play all the cards. But, like, everything we've got is good, so... The Troller's Glaive isn't that strong, right? It's got Valkyrie Warp, which is good. Valkyrie Warp Plunder. Amplify, it becomes a 2... 4 costs 3/3. 6 costs 5/5. Yeah, no, that card's pretty strong. Okay. Alright, here we go. So we have 3 cards that we want basically in our deck and not in our hand. There's a lot of interesting shenanigans available right off the bat. It's Ant-Man. Not a bad start if we had power. Not a good start, but we do have a lot of power. I guess we keep it. Go for green first, seek for shadow. Seek for shadow and justice. Or shadow and shadow.
Faster.
Speed grafter. Pay 3 to swap for a card, give it charge. That's pretty good. Yeah, we're not in great shape here. No market for you. That's helpful.
The ley lines empower me.
My life for Argenport!
That's really useful. What did you get? Readied. You got readied. I can live with things getting readied. Knock that out. We need a Metal Fang. We need it soon. Got it.
Scrap metal.
God, that card's stupid. Look at how bad of trouble they're in at this point now. Like, we're just gonna completely recover. All the aggro's gone. We're card for card. I've got more on board now. I haven't completely recovered, but it's pretty close. You can't kill the Grenadin without losing the relic. Cool. Double damage. And I'm already up on health. I think I just swing in. Was it pay 3? We need that gone. Seven eight's a pretty big deal. That's not deadly anymore. Gravity Glove can kind of do some of that work.
Scrap metal.
I think this looks right. Yeah, Amplified Gravity Glove is kind of a big deal for us, so that's going to be something. But now the question becomes, like, how do we do the blocks, right? Because Send to Market's a pretty strong possibility. They can't Send to Market without triggering the Bastion Gatekeeper. The triple block here completely clears my board with Send to Market. And I think we have to respect Send to Market somewhat, right? How much am I dealing on the crackback? 16? Now you can punch me. Wait, why did you do that? I don't think I miscalculated this. Like, we're fine. Maybe not for too much longer, but we're fine. 14, 18... Got Triumphant Return, which is a big deal.
Faster.
Oh, Speed Grasher's nice. 7, 13, 15. Oh, dang, they're a finest hour away from victory. They already have the finest hour? Yeah, Speed Grafter was a nice touch. Is that it? The fact that they're pausing here might indicate that they don't have it. But if they do have it, we're just dead. Okay, they didn't have it. So I don't have lethal here because of the 7/7, but there is a way to get lethal. All right. Whew. Good pickup for us. That's one of the tougher fights we're going to have. Valkyrie Denouncer, Oni Hybrid, Oryx Sentry. Yeah, we keep this. It's a little short on green and purple, but we have a double red, so... I need a weapon for Oni Hybrid. Grab our green. There was a hole there. Alright, so we are feeling pretty good about this new draft format. This is a lot of fun so far. Feels very set one. Like, Valkyries are a big deal. I love Oni Valkyrie. I'm very happy with this friend. Oh no. That card is actually a problem. Pay 3 to be a 6/2? That's going to be an issue for me all game. Okay.
On guard.
I stand ready.
Fencing Master cannot stun anything. We might Finest Hour immediately. Let me think about it. Oh, I could have played Oni Hybrid there. I do want a Valkyrie down. That's the thing I want.
The bastion stands strong.
Couple of good things going on here. Let's start with that. Valkyrie Denouncer or Bastion Boltcrafter?
A quick tune-up.
I think Boltcrafter makes more sense. Hello. I haven't seen this yet. Lord Steyer's Tower. Steyer's Beckoning, Curfew Enforcement, Ironclad Oath. What's Steyer's Beckoning? Curfew Enforcement. You can amplify that? Okay. I hate it. Good job. Curfew Enforcement, Ironclad Oath. Steyer's Beckoning is more Valkyries with flying. I don't know. We're still having problems getting rid of this site. Another Steyer's Beckoning. We clear a Valkyrie. We play Oni Hybrid. Ironclad Oath gets us a pile of problems. Sites are hard, man. Sites are hard. How's the Draftons, friend? It's going all right. Yeah, there's a. It's been pretty good. We certainly don't love seeing a site, you know. Okay. Going for that is very different from going for other things that could hurt me. Just 7? All right. Anything else?
Welcome here.
Fuck. There was something else, and it really sucked for me.
The elevator is ours.
The elevator is ours. Okay. So that elevator matters, apparently. But we do have enough flyers to get through. No, we don't. Man, this sucks. Rhoda, Steyer's Adjacent. Flying Endurance at the end of your turn, draw cards until you have as many in hand as the enemy player. Okay. I think I can live with that. 4/4 Regen. end of your turn. Man, this site is really bugging me. I can end it, but it needed some commitment. No, I didn't have the tools. I could only kill one of those Valkyries, which means I can only attack with enough cards to hit it for 1 damage. Oh wait, maybe... No, I guess I could have. 3/3... Okay, that's fine. I need to send to market before the end of their turn. Okay, it doesn't have a passive, so it doesn't matter that it's on the board. Could block here, get rid of the 3/3 or get rid of the 3/1. The 3/1 is kind of irritating. I don't think we have good responses to it, though.
You chose this fate.
Okay, got a 1/2 that can kill the 3/1, or a 3/3 that can kill the 3/1. Yeah, no, this is fine. So we just trade and trade. Crack the regen. Now I don't have to deal with that anymore.
Meet your end.
Nice job, Cyberfang. Clear that thing. Swing for 3. Good to go. I'm willing to take extra damage here. No, I think we actually want to trade. Javelin kills the 2/2. Go face. Hybrid gets the Sludge Blade back. Got a trick here.
The elevator is ours.
Could have gone for the Magma Javelin if I wanted to deal 4 more damage that turn. But I think we're okay.
I can fix that.
Out of my way. Not quite lethal. Thanks to Smogwing Tinker's unwelcome intrusion.
The castle will not yield.
That's not going to be enough. Oh, poor Metal Fang. Doesn't quite get in there. Oh, we got one more. Send to market. Alright, picked it up. Another draft round 1. We got a good chance at going 7 if we already took out Ant-Man. Like, they tend to be the 7-0 breaker. But there also might be a lot of good drafters running right now. We'll see. Love the limited animation being sent to the market. They just blip out of existence. Yeah. It's pretty sweet. Yeah, did I miscount on the committing? I was pretty sure that it was like a trick and I might die. But I... Perhaps like actually losing stuff was fine there. I just felt like send to marketing the 6/6 was the better play. And it ended up being correct. We let them get their site done and...
Let none pass.
Oh, hey, it's Shield Line. haven't seen that card in a while. We can
My life for art and
do bad things to it, but I don't think we need to. It's just a 1/1. Let's hold on to this 1/1 as long as we can. Because it gives us Valkyrie Warp, and Valkyrie Warp is relevant. I need power. And I need weapons. I probably need to kill Shield Line. Rude.
I pledge.
I think if they pay 3 to double green. I think if they pay 3 to make that a 2/2 and I kill it, I'm fine with that. Expand the reach doesn't do much. Like, my current play is to just ignore that 1/1 for as long as humanly possible. I think it's the correct play. Make a 3/3 with lifesteal. Well, that's rude. Okay, I can no longer ignore this 1/1. Time to cross it off the list. You got more of those sentinels?
A bit of corruption.
Got a hook blade. $5-3 now. Looking pretty good for a flyer.
Close ranks.
Might want to break this plunder. Oh, definitely want to break this plunder. I don't have anything that deals 1 damage, we just push. Play power now? I'm good. Alright, that did it. Getting into a pretty strong position right now. These drones are really, really fun. They have such interesting synergy with all the, like, sacrificial relics. One of the tougher 1-drops to deal with in the format, for sure. Ugh. I'm delighted. This has gone very well. Bruiser! Yeah, we can roll a 6. This is risky, but I mean, the other hand didn't have any playable cards early either. What do I seek for? Fire? Justice? I think we wait. We need a Valkyrie. Really badly. Ooh, ask and ye shall receive. It's even a snipe-heavy Valkyrie, which is a big deal. Please don't kill it. Alright, that's suffocate-worthy. And now I know I'm seeking for justice. This is Amplify +2/+2, so it's going to be a 3/3 weapon next turn. Or we can Malika Munitions and go for a...
Close ranks.
Snipe, snipe, snipe.
Fire.
can kill that with Patroller's Glaive, but I kind of want Patroller's Glaive to get to 6. That's fine, as long as you're not following up with another one. Oh wait, there's an easier way to do this. Oh right, it's an ultimate.
I pledge my loyalty.
Brain in the gutter. Alright. Well, we aren't going to be able to deal with the Flameheart Patroller very easily. There's just not much to say about that. It's going to be a 5-5 or something dumb.
Come forth.
Ooh, Life Speaker. That card's horrifying. I don't like that at all. I can't quite plunder enough, but I have to. Play it, yeah. It's just too much of a curve. I'm worried about the lifesteal guy they're gonna draw. That could really screw me up. Could have held back there, but I'm pretty sure this deck's all aggro, and I'm pretty sure that if we get ahead of the lifesteal, we are fine. Hybrid is in.
The elevator is ours.
The elevator is ours. That is such a weird thing to say in a fantasy game. Like, we know what the elevator is because there's a card for it, but like, just like, the elevator is ours. Okay, I need a scene from a movie where an elevator opens and the person looks at what's going on inside and then they decide not to go into the elevator. What scene is that? We should make like a little YouTube video where like the elevator door opens and there's an Oni hybrid just standing there. Okay. Ooh, they devoured it. That's good news for us, I think. They are dead. This turn. Alright. Close one. Will be hard to race now. It was, I mean, I think it was well worth trying to race. Standing back with the 6-6 would have gotten us into too much trouble. That guy does take a while to get on line, and he turns into a 4-4, so... Elevator scene. There's a drive elevator scene. The Captain America scene's pretty close, I suppose.
I pledge my loyalty.
We'll figure it out. Hey, Auric Sentry on 3. I'm excited about this. Can kill that right now, but don't need to.
I stand.
Not if we want to play Auric Sentry on 3, which we absolutely do. Oh, that gives away that I don't have tricks, though. Seek Power, I think we go for Double Shadow first over Double Fire. I can't remember which is correct. Gravity Glove deals 3, and then Snipe deals 1, so we can kill most things.
Fire.
I sniped myself. How did that happen? That was the Amplify. I think that was a bug. It could be I clicked myself one too many times. I think what happened is the Valkyrie ultimate triggered in the middle of me selecting Amplify, which is why I couldn't figure out what was going on the first. Yeah, that's what happened. That's a problem. We'll put in feedback about that. What's the name of this card? Gravity Glove, Rail Driver Valkyrie. The ending scene of The Departed. Cool. Okay, and we lost our snipe, which is unfortunate. Ooh, this is rough. Yeah, I don't like this at all. Scrap Tank is just an awful card to deal with under any circumstances. A big fat one is just like nightmare. No, it's Combust. Get off my lawn. All right. Yeah, I mean, this is gonna be hard to beat unless we draw our Send to Market. Wow. Okay, what do we do? Block and we Send to Market. Pew. Go away. Don't come back. Barricade Basher is a good rush card. I don't like that. Leading with the Plunder is pretty aggro, but it might work out for them. We can push this 1 damage because we block the 1/1. 5 damage every turn. I do 4 every turn. I'm not on their clock for sure. Yuck. Okay. But Silverwing's coming back, so we're fine there. That's good. Oni Hybrid gets Gravity Glove back, which is what we need to kill the thing.
The elevator is ours.
The Amplify here is only +1/+1, so we have to wait. End my turn.
I pledge my loyalty.
Yep, that's yours. Easy peasy. Please die. Please die. I don't like this. I don't like this one bit. I need you gone. Okay, that worked. Stay put? Yeah, we're too unhealthy not to stay put.
Feel the wind on your mane.
Red Mask is fine. Do I want to trade here? Yeah, I think so. Sure, should have expected that. It's fine. We got what we needed. Need to stabilize though, and we're only at 3, so this is not great. Play it. We got Plunder left. Razorbot can get us. I think we want big amplifies here. Don't you kill me with a Side Slash. Come on. We're looking for a 7-0, John. Cut it out. Stop shooting me. No. Ah! Good enough. Tyler Cheney goes by John Avon? Okay. Fair, fair. That bit from Cabin in the Woods. That is a different type of elevator scene. Not quite the one we're looking for. I know that there is a movie that has one we're looking for. The Departed might be it. Departed has an elevator scene for sure. Doop 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 doop. Redraw. That is better. Yeah, we can look at that. Drifting drone on 1. Well, I can't token of ambition on 1, so that makes perfect sense. Yeah, we play that immediately. Valkyrie Warp is too big a thing.
Ain't nowhere to hide.
Beautiful. Maybe I should have played gloves there, because having a finest hour up to deal with like suffocate and other stuff is pretty relevant.
I pledge my loyalty.
I think Hats is in some trouble. This does not look good for them. Drafting for brewing, yeah. Do. Steward's not gonna hurt us. Seek for justice. Play justice. Sack Malaga munitions to make a +3/+2 weapon. Or something like that. 8/5, 9/10. If I find a Stour now, I can get a Praxis Outlaw, but I just don't think I should. No blocks. Hit me as much as you like, Hats. What you got? Send to market? Send to market. Finest Hour does not quite do it here. So I probably just keep pushing. I don't know, like going for the Praxis Outlaw is value, but I just don't need value on the ground, right? I need a surprise. And I need to be flexible. Please don't play like a Lifesteal Flyer. I will be sad.
The castle will not yield.
That stabilization next turn. Alright. Easy 7. Sad we didn't get the 7-1, but I think we're pretty close now. Yeah, here we go. We beat Hats and Ant-Man. That's just so we ran into John Avon too, and like all three of those are top 10 drafters. I think John Avon's a top 10 drafter anyways. In any case, we are fighting the gamut. Like, we have hit like every high-end drafter. Or at least a lot of them. There are a lot of high-end drafters. I've hit all the names that I didn't want to hit. How's that? Drifting Death, Sludge Blade. Keep that. So we're looking for an elevator scene from a movie. It's a comedic scene where there's a fight in an elevator or something in an elevator. Something weird's happening in an elevator. Someone opens up the elevator, sees what's happening in the elevator, and then lets the elevator close. That's what I'm looking for. I'm trying to remember what scene it is. Drifting Drone. Well, maybe I shouldn't have, actually. No, it's fine. We'll just seek for green, and I could have waited on the drone. Sludge Blade's certainly not helping me here. Did I keep this on a 7? Or was this my mole hand?
I pledge my loyalty.
Another drafter in the top 20. This one might get us. We don't have a great hand, but that's fine. We have 2 chais, so. And it's not like we're going for the big setup here. Easy block. Beautiful. Exactly what we needed. Wormstone gives us some time, which is what we need. We can always send the worm to market, so that's not a big deal. Another thing they play probably gives us a chance to hit things with relics and give the drifting drone some gas. Yeah, nice, it gets the Wormstone back. Cute play. Oh, Flameheart's a Sentinel? Frack me. That's a giant pain in my butt. Okay, so they play Wormstone again. They probably don't play Flameheart Patroller because we can wreck it. They're gonna have Sentinels all day, though. Discarded the Flameheart Patroller. I think we put that in the market. It's reckless. I mean, all the options suck. I'm gonna lose the 3/2 weapon. That's just gonna happen. I don't have a Valkyrie. Sad day.
Handle the heat.
Not gonna trade here, right? Now we're good. No blocks.
The ley lines empower me.
Gross.
You choose this fate.
Yeah, it's getting scary. Good. Really good. Six, 4. Move to 11. 7 and 5 is 12. I'm still dead. Eight. Hard to block the sandworm, still dead. We gotta stay put, we're probably gonna lose. Interesting call. Oh, Metal Fang's beautiful.
Scrap metal.
Really like that. That's gonna help a lot. Five. Do we think they can kill us? Solid play. Best I got. So 3 plus 5 plus 2 is not lethal. And I can currently just bear the brunt of it. Alright, good enough. 7. Yeah, that was an interesting one. I think they just used a little too much trying to get lethal. And we were able to just slow him down enough that it didn't matter. Razor Wings, or whatever they're called. They're stupid good. Still getting rewarded packs from stuff I don't want. Cool. Let's do another one, for sure. That was pretty sweet. Hey, there's a Builder's Decree. That card's ridiculous. We want it, right? That's got to be the card we pick. Premium uncommon there, but rares are more important early. Fatal Mishaps, Stormhall Warden, Arms Race, Shock Troops. So this is Amplify and Sentinel support. And ramp support. Plate Grafter, that card's ridiculous, and it's a Sentinel. Vine Grafter, that card's also ridiculous. I think Plate Grafter wins, though. We don't even know what colors we're in yet. Sentinels are in yellow, green, and red. Coveted Gemstone. 3-cost relic that can also draw a Sentinel or attachment from our market. Pretty useful. Malaga League Driver. Garbage card that does nothing. Emerald Overcharger, super strong, but only if we have like cheapish Sentinels. I think Gemstone makes sense in a Builder's Decree deck. Side Street Monitor. Yeah, that card's good. Expand the Reach, that card's good. Probably lead with Side Street. Although Expand the Reach, I do like ramp. Now we'll take Side Street. We're going to take some Sentinels. Laser Blast, hooray. Yeah, we're in green-red. Oh, but send to market. So send to market first, right? Man, Malaga Munitions is strong too. A lot of good cards here. Blood Boil, Shock Troops. Shock Troops is for Amplify. Skyguard Sentinel. So I don't currently have like Sentinel Enforcement, but I do think Skyguard Sentinel is very strong. Is Amplify strong? I think Sentinel probably wins out. Styre's Beckoning, that card's just solid. Certainly not bad, certainly not good. Yeah, not much to say about it. I think we take it because we don't want anything else. Rail Driver's not our thing. Mandric Simulacre is... yeah, that card's not good. Barricade Basher. Solid Sentinel for sure if we want to play Sentinels. Okessa's Audience might be a better one. I don't know if we're like rampaging Sentinels, right? We don't have a lot of like card draw. Go for it anyways. Card puts up a fight. Core tap, yep. Sentinel with Deadly, so good. Roaming Cache, it's a Sentinel, I guess. We want to not be like the person with like too many Sentinels and not enough anything else, but this is all good so far. Pretty sure Aurelian Merchant is absolutely the card of choice. Flamethrower Patroller is a Sentinel, but I, again, don't have any Sentinel synergy. Yeah, Merchant's right. Praxis Vow, cool. Temple Raider, ooh, 4/4 Sentinel Charge, yeah, that's great. It's not a Sentinel, but it has, yeah, it has charge. Fire Symbol doesn't currently do anything, but it might be worth taking. Ancient Machinist is, makes a Sentinel, requires a 5-cost spell, which we do have. We want as many send to markets as possible. Fireman Lioness, I mean, the card's pretty good. It's just a 2/2 with a good ability. Emerald Spear is terrible. Yeah, save for turn's okay. Wormstone? Magmatic Sentinel. What's better? I have 3 spells right now. Styre's Beckoning, Bilge's Decree, and Send to Market, all of which I'm probably playing. Wormstone is really, really good, and it plays well with yeah, there's a 2-cost that just gets back a Sentinel and a Relic, and like, that was, you know, there's clearly a reason to make that choice. Bannerman, Bannerman's better than Flameheart Patroller, right? Yeah. Amongst other things, yeah, no, you want Bannerman before you want Flameheart Patroller. Rampage and Talir's Favored. I think Talir's Favored wins here. Rampage is a nice trick, but yeah, card advantage and power fixing. Now we can take Flameheart Patroller for sure. Getting past pretty low. Sirocco Elementalist. It's better than Granite Acolyte here. Granite Acolyte is generally the better card, but flyers are going to be pretty common. We could get a lot of value out of Sirocco Elementalist. There's going to be a lot of Valkyrie with weapons on them. That card actually is much stronger in this format. Swing Zekirin, it's got a muster. I think Siege Provisions here. Apprentice Mage, absolutely. Ancient Bauble was nice too. Relics are good for Sentinels, you know. Another Wormstone, not bad. Gravewatch is good. Enter the Monastery is good. Ooh, Enter the Monastery might be better than Wormstone. We do care about ramp. We have a lot of good stuff already. Yeah, sure, we'll do Enter the Monastery. Porcelain Mask, solid. Ancient Machinist, solid. Finest or Conflagrate, solid. Conflagrate's got to be the best one, right? Yeah. Kill the Valkyrie. Flashfire, I think I want Power Breach. Smith's Hammer. Gravewatch Ancestor? Gravewatch Ancestor plays. Steel Legion, Flying Endurance Valkyrie for 4. I mean, it's a 4/4 for 5. Magmatic Sentinel is a possibility now. Yeah, we got enough ramp that we can play Magmatic Sentinels. We should try and pick some. Waken the Ages, love it. Rumbling Contraption, terrible. Taking Grenadin, terrible. War Painter, terrible. Anything good here? No. Armed and Dangerous, Disappear. We'll take Disappear. Humbug Nest, ooh. That's very tempting. I want second Bannerman first. We have some good answers to flyers, but they are slowish. I think second Bannerman is... I think Bannerman are just too important. Just the strongest 2-drop. Tandem Watchwing, ugh. Not going to do anything with that. Let's cut it out immediately. Spotter, no. Grizzly Contest, no. I'm not going to end up with a bunch of Valkyrie. I'm pretty sure. Sand Tornado's still legal in this format? Oh my gosh. Maybe left Quartermaster. When you amplify a card, draw a card for each amplify. gross. It's really good. Bring into focus. Core tap. Core tap. Core taps are going to be huge for us. Red Plate Crasher. That card's just nice for aggression. Send to market. Oh, we want send to markets, yeah. As many of those as we can get. Watchwing Sport. It's a Valkyrie Warp for the value. The value is stuff in your market, though. Is Watchwing Sport good enough on its own? Amberlock is the other alternative. It is a relic. Watchwing Sport is attachments. +2/+2. Amberlock is card draw. Oh, and there's a Rustcrafter, which, yeah, that's just better. We should take that. Pollen Sprayer. Unexpected Arrival. Unexpected Arrival. Stakeout. I really don't like Stakeout. I kind of like Akessa's Audience here, right? We have 2 core tap maximizers. Yeah, we want Akessa's Audience. Send for the reserves. Send to market. Call on Allies was okay too, actually. Restorative Process, we wanted that. Jade Lodestone. Blah. That card's terrible under any circumstances, but I can't even market it. We don't have a green market card. Alright, but here we go. Hey, Mr. Mirandel. Happy holidays. Thank you for subbing. Glad to have you. 20 months. Amazing, amazing, amazing. First draft was set as 7 wins. Yeah, I mean, my first draft I think has always been 7 wins. I can't recall. Might have gotten 6 on the last set, but I think in general you've always gotten 7 wins on a first draft. There's like a pressure. There's a requirement, you know. Valkyrie Emulator. What an interesting card. It's got Plunder. Is it better than Replicated Sellsword? Not really, but... Expand the reach. Okay. Garbo. Trash Garbo. Okay, we got some good stuff here. We just don't have, like, everything that we wanted. We still have a lot of the stuff we wanted. Did I get a Humbug Swarm? No, I just have a Styre's Beckoning. Do I want a Styre's Beckoning? No, not really. So we're gonna put some stuff in the market. One of them's gonna be a Magmatic Sentinel. One of them's gonna be a Rumbling Contraption. Don't know if we're gonna play Rabble Rouser. Card's okay. Yeah, I can put a Fire, a Time, and a Justice card in my market. Time card should be Disappear, I think. The Fire card is Magmatic. We want to get really fancy. We can go like all expensive cards. Okay, so what do we got? Hey, Nighthand. The new set is treating us well. So far, we're 7-1 in our first draft, and just really enjoying the new cards. Like, the new draft environment looks really strong. Gonna be doing some brews soon, probably looking at all of the cards. I think we'll do a legendary review first, and then maybe review rares and uncommons and commons and stuff after that. Yeah, we'll probably do the legendary review after this draft, and then we'll decide if we're going to do more beyond that. But so far, so good. Yeah, how's the new set treating you? Are you excited about it? Looking fun, but you haven't had a chance yet to play? Yeah. Can take a bit. Okay, Valkyrie Emulator. Plunder is not as important as Bannerman. Bannerman is just good. Okay. So I don't love roaming cash, but I can get it back with quite a few different cards, and that's actually a big deal. Rustcrafter gives Decay. Aurelian Merchant is Time, which gets us Disappear. Or Expand the Reach, which I think is a market card that we really want to put out. Wait, is it better to have Expand the Reach or Awaken the Ages in the market? I think Awaken the Ages in the market and Expand the Reach in the main. Okay, so ramp-wise, we have Enter the Monastery, Expand the Reach, Unexpected Arrival. We have 3 Send to Markets, which is definitely what we want. We have Builder's Decree, which I'm very into. I don't really need Jade Lodestone or Amber Lock. Jade Lodestone's kind of terrible. It is a 1-drop relic, which matters for core taps. How many other cards care about relics? Barricade Basher cares about cards. We can throw Amber Lock in the market as well. So that's Siege Provisions, Okestas, Coveted Gemstone, and Wormstone. So 3 ramp cards at 3, 4 ramp cards at 3. Lots and lots of relics. Fireman Lioness is a good like amplify option. Gives us a bunch of charge kitties, which is going to be a cool way to win the game. Side Street Monitor's Sentinel relevance ability is pretty important. Tillier's Favorite is a fixer. I have 22 units and my 2-drop slot is glutted to heck. So 2 drops are probably what we should be looking at. Oh, I do have a Plate Grafter. Okay, so I need a green card in my market. Should be Side Street Monitor? Yeah, that card really wants Endurance, and it's also not a great card to be holding in the hand. Do you have anything else that's green that we would want to put in there? Enter the Monastery, maybe? Nah. No, we don't want to fetch from our market and then not get... Okay, so I've got time fixing, fire fixing, and... Yeah, it's just a hot mess here. Good to know. I'm not hugely fond of Barricade Basher, but... What is this? Play a relic to ready our sentinels. How many relics we got? 4? We are thinking about playing a 5th. So many cards that do so many good things. Almost everything is a sentinel. Gravewatch Ancestor in this like hugely powerful set of cards seems quite good. Soroka Elementalist is a market card that I could grab, but I can only grab it from the Aurelian Merchant, which I don't care as much about. But I should still do that. We'll put the Awaken the Ages in the main. Assuming we want the Awaken the Ages. I think we might actually want to be good. We have Enter the Monastery and Expand the Reach. We're fine. Builder's Decree is a really powerful choice. I'm just a little heavy right now. And I need some cards that don't suck. Or that do suck to cut. Flameheart, pretty strong. Firemane, pretty strong. Lord, everything here is so good. We can continue to push the ramp and go like Apprentice Mage and keep our Disappears and yeah, just kind of go ham. Can you ready something that is stunned? Like if it's permafrosted, it can't ready. I feel like Siege Provisions is still pretty important. Okessa's Audience is absolutely critical. Roaming Cash isn't that good? We can put that in the market. It's the only 2-drop we don't care about. We were kind of an aggressive deck, aren't we? Sirocco. It's not too hard. It's got a like It's a particular dialect type thing. I think it's kind of like, it feels a little Italian. So like generally with that kind of name, you always spell it with two C's, and you don't get the R's right. I could probably do it, but you know, like you'd have to ask me sometime when I'm not looking directly at the card. Expand the Reach could come out. Play a sigil of your choice from your deck depleted. Plunder. Both good things. Like, Enter the Monastery is better than Expand the Reach. And we got like kind of a relic theme going on. I think Unexpected Arrival is just absolutely critical to the process here. We care about ramp a lot. We have quite a few Amplify cards and ramp cards, so we want to cut as many of those in as possible. What if I cut... Well, Temple Raider's a 4/4 charge for 3, which is just stupidly good. What if I cut Barricade Basher? I think I would like that. That card is strong, but I'm going to be holding on to Amplify cards. I have so many different Sentinels. I could always throw them in the market, give them Decay. Talir's Favored is giving me 1. Core Taps are giving me some. See, the thing is that I still want to add in that relic again, the other 2-cost relic, because like more relics is better for us. Pay 1, exhaust a Sentinel, and sacrifice Jade Lodestone. That might be stronger than I'm thinking it is. And I have good Sentinels for this mess. But, like, I want Amberlock, right? I just want, like, everything for the Core Tap Maximizers. Because we've got a whole ramp thing going on. The problem is I have, like, maybe too many colors. But I can't cut anything, can I? Could cut Fireman Lioness. The Amplify is really strong on her, though. How many cards do I have that reference Amplify? None. Fireman Lioness at 10 makes a bunch of Wildcats with charge. That's still a good deal, but it's not like the most important deal. And I have so many 2-drops. Sand Tornado and Sirocco Elementalist both kill flyers. Sand Tornado's got ambush though, so it kills everything. I'm just a little stuck. There's so many good cards here. I think Machinist comes out. Like 3 Send to Markets is good, but it's not like an insane amount of 5-drops. And that card's not great on its own. Bastion Gatekeeper stays. Because it's got Plunder. My 2s are so heavy. I'm now at 32 out of 45. Skyguard's super powerful. It's one of my weaker cards. $18 units right now. Siege Provisions is okay. Like, stunning things is really useful. Gravewatch is slow. It's big, but it's slow. We're just doing big things every turn, right? The problem is I have so many, like, delightfully flexible cards. I think it's time to cut Roaming Cache. We're not going to get that back for, like, a rush. I could cut Rustgrafter, put Magma... No, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't actually reduce the amount of cards in this deck, which is what I want. Gemstone's on 3. Gemstone's expensive, but Gemstone is useful. Sentinel or Attachment from my market. Gets Magmatic Sentinel. Doesn't get any other attachments. We could put Siege Provisions in the market. I mean, it does a similar job to Side Street Monitor, so that's not great. Could put Amberlock in the market. I can see Amberlock in the market. Over what, Rumbling Contraption? Problem is my market's already good, right? So there's not really a lot of reason to put cards in the market. Rustcrafter could get a red card too, so we could throw Sirocco back in, and man, there's just too much stuff. Too much good things. I'm having a real difficulty finding the correct things to cut. 17 power. I could just go 48 card deck. The curve's so good, right? If I cut to 16, which is probably where I want to be, and I cut one more card, I'd be happy with that. Do we want to ditch a send to market? My thought is no. Actually, really happy with just everything. Maybe this is not the time to play with Jade Lodestone. I just really like 1 into 2 core tap. Bannerman's got the fixing, Apprentice Mage has got the ramp, Talir's Favor's got the fixing, Relay Merchant's got the ramp, Gravewatch has the flexibility, Sand Tornado kills flyers, which is important, Sirocco Elementalist does that, Temple Raider's super flexible, or super good with Sentinels, we want all the Sentinel synergy we've got. Builder's Decree is big Sentinels, Conflagrate, these are all like game enders. Unexpected Arrival is cost reduction, which is ramp, Restorative Process is card value and just good fixing. Send to Market's amazing removal. Enter the Monastery is good. Skyguard Sentinel has anti-flying and is like the only card that's like kind of mediocre, but it's also one of my big units. I'm legitimately thinking about just like saying done. I'll bet there's a card in here that sucks, and you know what? I think I'm just going to try and find it. How do you access the time cards in the market? Aurelian Merchant. Or, if they are relics, I can get them through something else. Okay, well right away we didn't get fixing, so that's frustrating. Not great. Maybe I should be focusing more on colors? The Bannermen do the fixing. We got a Plunder card.
Inner flame burns bright.
2/2 with a swap ability. Pretty good. We can rush him this turn.
Flame burns bright.
Wow, rude.
I pledge my loyalty.
Talir's Favored gets us time. Quartet Maximizer gets us up on a hill. Gonna go marketing. I need a green and a Skyguard.
Keep it burning.
Okay. They went digging.
Focus, child.
Restorative Process can get an attachment and a Sentinel for my Void, so I want to get both if I can. That doesn't have Decay, notably. I think I'm okay. Dang. Not great. Alright, attacking doesn't make sense here because Wandering Forge is scary. Restorative Process could get me Flameheart Patroller back, but I don't care that much about that. We're sort of playing for card advantage right now. Sure. Cool. Apprentice Mage gets us a little bit something. Gets a Skyguard Sentinel, amongst other things. Seems good. Skyguard Sentinel seems good here. Unexpected Arrival reduces the cost of a bunch of different cards, but also kills this thing, which is a big deal. Wow! Rude. Gonna need you to cut that out. Yeah, I'm in some trouble. I need the green for Send to Market. We're just a little behind because we mulled to 6. Is Unexpected Arrival really the wrong card? Okay. Looks good. What are we gonna get? Side Street, Sirocco, Magmatic. I think Side Street's the best here. Everything's dead.
The elevator is ours.
Yeah, I need a green. That's close. It's not good enough, though. We're one short. They got us. Just barely. Didn't have enough power. I think we have to cut a Send to Market. And just get an extra power in there. I think that's our cut. How do we not get our maximum power going there? How about we cut Amberlock instead? $17 power. Time is the most important power. I don't know. The Amber Locket seems nice, but it isn't the best card in the deck, so... How's the expansion so far? I think we're feeling alright about it. Yeah, it's doing really well so far. Very much enjoying the draft element of it. Gonna do a legendary breakdown in just a little bit. I've been streaming for 2 hours already. Time just flies when you're having fun. Extinction. We got Fire, Okessa's, Builders, redraw there. Gotta keep that. How early do we want to siege provisions down? Really annoyed that we don't have a Sentinel for Temple Raider. Okay, there's Cortap. There's Cortap's friend.
Find your own tool. If it's a fight,
Get dunked on. Maybe we just play super aggressive. Cut the 6. Alright. I think the 6-drop 5/5 might actually be the word card in our deck. We cut it for like a roaming cache. And we can go aggressive again. I can cut in the 3-drop. Planecrafter's a Sentinel. Rustcrafter's a red. Barricade Basher's gotta be too strong, right? We're just gonna go... We'll ditch the Gravewatch Ancestor. We're not going to go for the late game. We're going to go for the early game. We're going to follow up with Send to Markets. That should be better. Yeah. We need to focus more on our curve, on our aggression, so we don't get mashed out by flyers because our removal sucks. Our removal's not that bad, but yeah, you know. You know what I mean. So I need 2 green to play this, but I need time to play for value. And I need time to play Wormstone, which is probably going to be most of the reason to play Enter the Monastery in the first place. Yeah, so Flameheart, Bannerman, go, go, go. I mean, they saw our board and decided to concede. We had like 5 damage on them on turn 3.
The strong shall inherit.
Beautiful.
I pledge my loyalty.
Time or justice? What's the call? I think it's justice now, yeah, for sure. Swing for 5. You can block for the 1/3 if you want. We play Wormstone, then we Justice Sigil and get going.
The ancestors guide our hand.
Scary. Lodestone stuns the 1/3, which is not that important, but could be useful later. Enter the Monastery draws Justice Sigils. We've played 1 so far. We have 5 to 6 in our deck. We're going to draw 2 more. Okay, so we should be fine on that. Really want to time here, for obvious reasons. Oh, really? It's not going to work out so well for you. Could plunder up power. You know, I kind of love it. Let's do it. Yeah, that worked out well. Attack for 1, or attack for 2, and 1 together. Yeah, both good. Get that extra point in. Restorative process would get us Wormstone back. Could swing at the 2/2 and the 1/3/2. No, I'm good. Let's just go. They got a lifesteal on the Tentaclesis, which is a problem, right? Ooh, nice. That was actually a better trade than I was expecting. Cool.
Ah, here it is.
I pledge my loyalty.
This guy's outliving his usefulness. I think it's time for him to go in for 5. His trading with that thing is just great. Nice, good damage. Guess his audience can plunder. I don't think I care either way at the moment. Yeah, because we're definitely restorative processing the Wormstone. So we want the plunder. We want the Sentinel, but we can wait on the Sentinel. Yeah, that attack looks pretty great. 5/3 and a 6/2. And we get to plunder the Justice Sigil for a treasure trove. There's a revenge card now, which is a problem because 5/2 unblockable. Don't care about the Shadow Walk much, but they are using it to get treasure troves to try and draw that Valkyrie back, which will get them the Murky Tentaclesis back. So, bad news there. Power Breach is great here. Just kicks their butt in every conceivable way. Triumphant return on the Record Keeper. Okay, well that's annoying.
Ah, here it is.
Dang, that's just all kinds of annoying, huh? Okay, I'm a bit behind now. Combination of Spirit Weaver and Record Keeper is getting us into trouble. Beautiful. Yeah, we know what we're doing. Restorative Process is a slow spell. But we don't need the Sentinel back just yet. We've got a 6/7 already. Cool. Beautiful. Keep playing power out of our deck. Great. Very into that. And my turn? I mean, we're winning now. Spirit Weaver just, like, was their way of surviving. I have no idea why they threw that away. Sure, sure, sure. You want to just hit the Life Speaker now? What Sentinels do they have in their market? None. Okay. I need that Life Speaker dead, but yeah, I think we're fine.
I see them.
I think we'll play Endure on this one, actually.
I'll do my best.
Swing with both. That's a 6/7 and a 7/7. We still have Restorative Process, which is still a very good card. Yeah, no, they're dead. Hadn't even gotten to the Amplifies yet. But they would have been disgusting. Bionic Burrito. Ideal, unexpected. The power fixing is really getting us here. Okay. Doesn't have fire, but I think it's worth a shot. Time, Justice, Justice, Covetous Gemstone. See if we can't just ramp our way out of this mess. Given Zeta, you should watch my stream after kicking your butt. No, well, always glad to have people here. Hello. Given is a long-time friend of the stream. Supported us a bunch during the pandemic, which was nice. Like, they sent out a bunch of, like, yeah, did donations to a lot of streamers, and that was like a really big deal at the time. For me, at least. Ooh, tricky. We gotta play it. I think we discarded Justice Sigil. And we discarded Time, because we don't care about the playing both that much. I could have done, I could have tried to push the Enter the Monastery earlier, but no, I think we're good. Do we want to configure here? No. I do want a Coveted Gemstone too. Maybe I should have done that first, except I really like being able to trade. Yeah, I'm not sure if I should have discarded the Time there. Disappear is kind of a big deal. Cute. Amplified 5 for that. Aurelian Merchant gets us up to 7, which is important. Sirocco is minimal impact. Disappear is high impact, but a hard card to keep. Seems fine. Going for something here? Nope. No one knows what they're doing. Oh, Time. That makes me a little happier about taking Disappear, I think. Still can't quite kill the 5/5, which is a problem. I might just end up discarding Disappear anyways. Because, like, we do want to play Barricade Basher at some point. Fetch back a Sentinel. No, there's no Sentinels to fetch back. I'm not at 8? Bit rude. What was that other thing that you just did? Oh, you readied it. Got it. It's 5/5. I still have a lot of meaningful tools here. Lodestone doesn't help here. That pops to regenerate. Easy peasy. Disappears going in the garbage.
A world of options.
Bad. Good. Solid answer there. And we still have Conflagrate, so we can definitely make a mess here. That's important. Okay, I know what I want, right? One of these, this. Take two. Leave the 2/2 up. Keep the 1/1. We're still holding on to the Disappear, which is maybe wrong, but we'll see. Not currently willing to throw away Barricade Basher. Yeah, just stuck here. Don't play anything else, bud. I need it all. Sure. Bye. Get off my lawn. Yes. Very good. We still don't need to discard the Disappear. Although having a 5/5 on board might be nice. You never know.
Keep up the assault!
That's fine. We'll live. You're at 2/3. 2/3's a problem. To the market with you. You get blocked. Now we might have to discard. Yep, bye Disappear. Rough losing you, but we got to. I just take the 2? I think I do, yeah. Just wanted to check for a trick. We need to be up on as many cards as possible. Fuck. I am so effed now.
World of options.
That is such a problem. Ah, none of them can be Jade Lodestone, because Jade Lodestone is just trash. Sentinel or attachment from your market. Side stream monitor is not bad. Is that going to help us enough? No, not enough. I am now dead. Just because I took that damage, too. This beer is tough to play in a tri-faction deck. That's why it was in our market. We traded it for a Justice Sigil, which was also useless to us. That doesn't matter. You got us. As long as you go A-space. Yeah, we could have put a Relic in place of Disappear, but I didn't want to. I could completely cut it out, but I just don't think it's worth it. Maybe we stick a Relic in instead. Yeah, I can see that. That's not bad. Like, we're not playing it in our main. Probably not playing it out of our market. It's strange, but I think it's better. That went pretty all right.
Introducing my brand.
Yeah, God. Apparently. I was checking the Twitch thing, but apparently it's not muted the way it's supposed to be. Time Justice, Circessas. This gets us fire, which gets us a lot of good things. Can't argue with 3 colors, I don't think. I can. Yeah, this is not that great a hand. Better. Better for a lot of reasons, actually. Apprentice Mage, Core Tap. Oh, well, they got the dream, so that's nice.
I'll do my best.
Fireman Lioness plays a 1/1 Wildcat with charge, which might be worth it. But I could also play Core Tap here. Builder's Decree makes a 5/5 and prevents them from playing a card. Lioness plays a charge unit. I think first 5/5 we hit is definitely the key, right? Oh, rude. Alright. It's fine, we can put on the heat. Restorative Process doesn't get us anything just yet. We need another power for Builder's Decree, but that's okay, because basically anything we draw here is going to be gas. Power's gas, non-power's gas. Got their big Sentinel, that's fine. Costs them a lot of time and a lot of other stuff. We'd like to stop them from playing the Sentinel, but I don't think we're going to be able to do that. Weird call. I can restore to process that if I want to. I think I'm currently okay. Oh, it's got regen. Flip and flip. I forgot about the regen. Even though it was blinking very loudly. Yes, please. Maybe I should have restorative process there. Gotten my 2/2 back, or 1/1 back. Regen looks a lot like Decay. Gross. What'd you get? They didn't attack us, so that's good news. Okay, 5 damage, done. Sold. Anything else? Oh, garbage. Did you not even give that Decay? You give something else for Jen? Hmm. Three, 2, Decay Regen. Death Strike is probably the thing we want to delay for now. Got a little bit of trading to do right now.
A bit of corruption.
4/2 is a problem. I don't think we can deal with it just yet. Got Decay. I'm just so uneager to play Enter the Monastery at under any circumstances, but yeah, this is correct. Not a fire, that's not great. Death Strike is almost back, which is a problem. That 4/2 is an issue. We got a lot of issues right now.
You buying or not?
I don't have a card in my market yet, do I? That seems reasonable. Should probably just play it too. So Death Strike happens. 4/2 still swinging at us. Rose Scavenger has Decay and Regen, both of which are bad for us. Sentinel attachment from your market. You want Magmatic Sentinel pretty bad. Other than that, we're good. What a surprise. Oh, restorative process is slow. I could have done that earlier. Gross. That's actually a huge problem. Yeah, I might be dead here. No, they've got us. I can't do anything about that. Spore Spitter plus the 4-2. It's just too many cards. Yeah, that's game. Like, even if I hit the 4-4 or the 4-2 there, they just kept drawing gas. Have a good night, Heavy Metal Hero. Dang. That did not go that well. I'm legitimately surprised that didn't go that well. I think all the marketing was just too much. Whew, okay, well, let's do card reviews. That's probably a good place to start. Lead with the legendaries. Premiums only? Alright. Oh, I'm gonna do a thing. I have an app. I need to test this a little bit. So ideally, if this works, it should be right. Doop. Beautiful. Change it back and forth with just my phone. Cute, cute stuff. Alright, have a good night, Tempest. Not interested in the card reviews, just heading to bed. Alright, yeah, we're gonna do card reviews, then brewing. I think that's it. Card reviews, brewing, stuff, do some expedition. Could still do some drafts. We still got plenty of that in us, but I also want to do some crafting tonight. Alright, so here we go. Hey everybody, welcome to the Eternal Card Breakdown. The set is out, so it is Empire of Glass time. There's a bunch of new cards out, a lot of cool stuff. We're going to start doing card reviews for Empire of Glass now, leading with, I believe, the legendary cards. So we're going to go ahead and get into that right now, and we're just going to talk about the legendaries, everything that can currently be craftable, whether or not it's good, what sort of like decks they might fit into. I guess if you're happy to see them in draft, although they are legendaries, so you know, you probably have to see them in draft regardless, because it is a brand new set, so you're going to snap pick them anyways. All right, let's go over each of the cards in turn. We've, I think, talked about some of these before, but this is going to be part of a full set review as well. So we will go over each of these as we talk about each of them. We will just go over each one in turn. So starting with Kyoju Elevator. Non-Valkyrie units in your deck have Valkyrie Warp Charge, which, yeah, this is one that we have reviewed before. So 2-cost relic. The Elevator is apparently a hotly contested item. The Oni Valkyrie in this set apparently do specifically refer to the Elevator and tell you that the Elevator is theirs. So, yeah, the Elevator is apparently important, and for Empire of Glass, it's going to be a big deal. In any case, this one gives all non-Valkyrie units in your deck Valkyrie Warp Charge, which means that if you have a Valkyrie, you can warp units off of your deck, which is very, very cheap effect for a 2-cost relic, considering that relics are a pretty big part of this set. Like if you're playing Valkyries and Sentinels together, relics are going to give you some extra synergy, so this gives you like a Valkyrie Sentinel relic kind of deck that you can build. It also is just like a decent cheap option if you're trying to play into like a 3-drop or a 4-drop, so you've got some good value there, and I think that it should be pretty easy to play this card and get quite a bit of value out of it consistently. getting Warp is good for late game. It's rare that you can find this on a Relic. The only other place that it currently is on is Godan, and also giving the units charge is very dangerous. So yeah, I think this card just kind of makes like Sentinels with a splash of Valkyries look really, really interesting, and should be a pretty powerful card in the format, provided you can get the sort of deck building aspect of it right. Explorer Sentinel Relics always had like kind of like this same sort of synergy where the balance of the deck was really, really important, and it actually was kind of difficult to build the deck in the way that you wanted it to, but if you could actually get it going, then it was pretty powerful. And this is like way more powerful than any of the Explorer Sentinel Relic stuff, which despite being pretty powerful, I think never made a meta deck. This is something where you can actually get just a ton of reach and value out of it, and if you're playing with like big Sentinels, you're pretty happy to see this, especially if you have cheap Valkyries to build into it. I think 1-cost Valkyrie, 2-cost Kyoju Elevators, the rest of the Sentinels, that's kind of where you want to be. Really, really good stuff. Daheen Blitz, Flying Charge. Yeah, this card burns for 5 on turn. This card's just stupid strong. This one it seems ridiculous to me. Like, the ultimate ability is quite good, and it also just deals 5 damage on the turn that it's played, which is always going to be a turn when your opponent doesn't have power up to kill it. So yeah, super strong card, very, very good, and the pay 3 to draw a weapon from your market is just icing on the cake that allows you to get extra value if the card is not destroyed on the turn that it's played. I think leaving a 5/3 on the board and forcing them to use a removal spell on it is really, really good if you are also dealing 5 damage to them. This is like Infernus, but it stays on the board. Yeah, very, very strong. Opum, the Gemblazer. Give one of your other Sentinels +5/+5 while you have Opum. It's 5 cost. Entomb, deal a damage to an enemy unit equal to the number of Sentinels in your void. So 5 for 5, 5 is already a good stat line. An additional +5/+5 is a ridiculous stat line. A lot of Sentinels already have Overwhelm or Endurance, which makes this really, really strong. And the Entomb ability kills units, which means that it gets value when it dies. This card is bonkers good. It is a very good reason to play aggro Sentinels or fiddle around with anything that is going to set Sentinels down. It is a very good reason to kill Sentinels as soon as you see them, because if you see an Opum the Gemblazer deck running, like, this card is just pushed. I think it is actually one of the stronger cards in the set. It just seems like it does a lot of different things. It does care about Sentinels, so if Sentinels are not good in general and Opum is like the only card that's pushing, then like maybe you don't get as much value out of this. This isn't like Sandstorm Titan level good where you get just an amazing amount of stats and also like it's just good on its own and everything, but it's still a very, very strong card, and if you're playing Sentinels, you're probably going to want this in red at 5. It's just way too strong for that. Izuchi, Daredevil, 6/6. When Iza takes damage on your turn, create and draw a random red card and a non-red card. He gets flying this turn. So if you can damage Iza, Iza gets to fly, and you get a red card and a non-red card. So you get 2 cards, you get a flyer, and that's probably enough to be pretty worth it if you can get it going. A 6-cost 6/6 has to take damage on your turn is a little tricky. There are some cards that will deal damage to it as soon as you play it. So you can play it, get a 6/6, it'll immediately have flying for the turn, which isn't a big deal, but you'll get 2 extra cards for playing it, which means that, yeah, that's a pretty good sort of type of deck to build around. Playing this card on its own is not that great an idea. You're not just going to play this like as a something to like smash in with a, I don't know, Temper or something like that. But if you have the ability to deal the damage on the turn that Izuchi is played, or if you have like a deck that is going to already like sort of support this kind of type of synergy, this might be a Sling of the Chi card. It has the right stats for it. Like, it's a good 6-drop, it's 6/6, and that's like a stat line that really matters. But I would think that this card is not going to see a lot of play unless there are a lot of good ways to actually deal the damage, not only as part of a spell, but also on the turn it is played. Casualties of the Cause is not good enough for this. You need some really extra stuff to get it going. But if you can't get it going, the card advantage is very, very strong. So the question is, how fast can you do that? Is it turn 6 or is it turn 7? Because if it's turn 7, this card's probably going to die the turn it's played, and it's also a big red card that doesn't have amazing stats at the moment. Like, it's not aggressive compared to Opum, so it's just going to be hard to fill this slot. I think it's still really, really good. A lot of good card advantage associated with that. It's clearly going to be strong if you can get everything going, but yeah, otherwise, not so much. Silent and Sly says, can you do damage multiple times on your same turn to draw multiple cards? It says when Iza takes damage on your turn, so yes, you can do it multiple times, as many times as you like, provided you can trigger those damage options in multiple instances, which is not always easy. If it is a bunch of immediate on-turn triggers, like on-play triggers, I believe that Iza will only draw you 2 cards. So if you play the card and then like 3 different sources deal 1 damage to it as a result of you playing the card, like from a relic or something, or a unit, then that's not going to do anything for you. You'll just get 2 cards. But if it's damage and the damage is in like a sort of like individual setup, then yeah, that'll be good. Oh, my camera moved. That's rough. Or did I move? Either way. So yeah, Iza has got some interesting things going on. As long as it's a separate instance of damage, like basically like priority pass wise, then it should be fine. Honoris Roa, Overwhelm, you and your other units are invulnerable to spell damage. Amplify 2, gain 5 health. I really like this card. Invulnerability to spell damage is super powerful. The stat line is really, really good, and the Amplify ability just stabilizes you. I think this card's very, very strong. It doesn't look it, which is generally not necessarily a sign that it's not a good card. Gaining that much health is just really, really important, and if you're playing in a ramp deck, this is a really strong card to include. So yeah, very, very good stuff. Send an Envoy, play a 5/5 Skyguard Sentinel exhausted. Amplify, play a power card from your hand depleted to play an additional Sentinel exhausted. So if you are somehow stocked up on power, you can then get extra Sentinels exhausted, but not at fast spell speed. This one looks pretty weak to me. I would say that it's probably, in comparison to the other like bomb cards that we've been talking about, not going to be something that's going to do a lot of work. You have to basically amplify this with power cards from your hand, which the ramp ability of it is really nice. Like if you are holding a handful of power, this is something where you get like a bunch of cards that will win you the game as long as you don't die this turn, and then you get a bunch of power that will win you the game if you don't die this turn. But in both of those situations, you're playing a 6-drop with a lot of specific setups, and then you aren't getting anything that can block or do anything along those lines. Combined with Endurance, this makes a lot better option. Like if you have a Infinite Hourglass out, you can just pop this and get some cards that can block flyers. That's really strong. But like if you can't unexhaust the Sentinels, there's just a lot of ifs here, basically. That is not an indication that you can't play this card. I would say that obviously the effect is strong enough to win you the game if you actually get everything going correctly. If you get the Infinite Hourglass, you don't die. If you get the Sentinels out early through ramp or something along those lines, if you get the power out early and you get like extra stuff to sort of follow up on that, this is clearly a power play, but it's just not a play that necessarily wins you the game, and it can be a play that loses you the game. So notable in that respect. The Great Kudzu, Fate, gain 3 health. All this health gain in time, really loving it. Red aggro is going to have a little bit of a harder time. This actually lowers the value of cards like Taheen Blitz by quite a bit if you have really, really good time life gain that people are actually playing. Ultimate, pay 10 to give the top 3 units of your deck +1 Strength and Destiny. Overall, this card's not terribly strong. The Fate ability is the main reason to play it. The Ultimate is actually not the main reason to play it. It's a 7-cost 7/7, so stat line's not great. The Ultimate ability is good, but basically is just like, I am already winning, so now I have a way to like actually win. Basically, I'm just like playing a lot of good mid-range units. I can't quite get through on my opponent. I need a little bit more of an oomph to get over this. Well, because I'm playing just value units every turn, this is my mid-range finisher where I just pay the ultimate and then I'm good. So yeah, it's decent in that respect. It clearly doesn't belong in every deck, but that Fate ability of gaining 3 health can be really, really strong in control sets where you are basically only playing a couple of different units. You're playing a lot of card draw, you're playing a lot of second sights, you're playing a lot of that kind of stuff. So yeah, this card's like D tier. It's a little stronger than Send an Envoy in some respects because the effect is actually capable of keeping you alive, and the unit plays and has an impact on board the turn that you play it. But in both situations, you're doing a lot of work to get an ultimate that will not necessarily win the game for you. Those are things that you have to be a little bit more worried about in like a spiky deck. But in like a Big Timmy or Johnny deck, this is really, really fun. It is really, really huge. It has a really huge effect. It's really, really fun to play. And it also requires some build around me, which is good design in general. Like I really like the Great Kudzu. We'll be playing some decks with it for sure, and should be interesting to do some cool stuff with. Room First Constructor, 8 cost 10/10. You can play relics from your market. 8 cost 10/10 is probably more important than playing relics from your market, but hey, a little bit of extra card advantage on top of it, not a bad deal. You're not really getting advantage from playing like 1 and 0 drop market cards out of this, but amongst that you can play cards that are like the 3-drop relic that can get a Sentinel back from your market. So yeah, you know, if you're playing like a bunch of power, this card again does a lot of work. I think there's a lot of stuff in this sort of area of Sentinels that makes it very hard to run Room, just because like we have just so little room for room. Like, there's already a lot of big sentinels and big cards that play a lot of all of your power. But like, if you are greeding out completely, this card clearly does some neat work. I would say it's probably not a strong put into like any deck. It's one of your last crafts just because you're not like building a specific deck around it. But an 8 cost 10/10 is a really nice stat line, and if that stat line proves relevant for some reason, like if there's a big 9/9 or a big 8/8, or like it's just like it just matches up really well in trades against other 8 drops, and that actually becomes a thing, then maybe this card sees more play. I think overall it's the stat line that matters here and not the relic ability, but it's possible that there's some sort of infit combo with the relic ability as well, and if that's the case, then this card goes up in value because you can build it into a specific deck, and it's an 8 cost 10/10. Lord Styre's Tower. The Valkyrie Warp ability means that this site does not actually do anything after it has completed its agenda, which is an interesting aspect of it. But when you play it, you can immediately advance the agenda twice, which is a lot of value if you're a Valkyrie warping it. You get a Styre's Beckoning, a Curfew Enforcement, or an Ironclad Oath, and I believe you get to immediately do quite a bit of things. So like Styre's Beckoning plays 2 blockers, Ironclad Oath gives another unit +4/+4 this turn, and then gives you an additional 2 armor for those blockers. That's probably going to be your standard 2, assuming that you aren't looking for an immediate Curfew Enforcement with a bunch of amplifies. The 2 Valkyrie also can play into the Curfew Enforcement if you have a bunch of power to then amplify off of the Valkyrie and give everything a permanent negative bonus. This site is very strong. Like, it defends itself super well. Rota Styre's Adjutant is not like an amazing option, but if you get it on your turn, then as long as it doesn't die, you get a bunch of cards off of it, which is a big deal as well. Although I think your opponent's going to be spending a lot of cards trying to kill Lord Styre's Tower. We played against this in draft. It was very rough. We did manage to get by it, but like that was only because we had a deck that was full of Valkyries, and it still managed to complete its agenda completely because both Curfew Enforcement and Styre's Beckoning did an amazing job of defending it. I think this card's pretty strong for a site. It's one of the stronger sites that we've seen in a while, and yeah, it should be pretty powerful overall. Styre's Beckoning, not like an amazing spell. Curfew Enforcement, not an amazing spell, but both of those cards are really, really strong with the tower, and the tower plays pretty well with Valkyrie. So I think this card's quite good in Valkyrie decks. Plea for Aid. Play a unit of your choice with cost 1 or less from your deck. Amplify, play 1 armor to increase that cost by 1. So in this case, basically you get to pick a card of your choice and you have to amplify to make the card more expensive, but you get to play that unit basically at slow spell speed, which can be fast spell speed in a green-yellow deck. So yeah, this is kind of interesting. If you have a bunch of power, then you can do some pretty cool like tricks where you can just pull out whatever unit you need to solve whatever problem you need. That means you can play creature control, which is a really fun thing to do. You just play relics and sentinels, and then you plea for aid for the sentinel that you need, and the sentinel does something stupid. I think like the main thing would be like with a trade agreement. You have a trade agreement out, you plea for aid, and now you can play something dumb like Room First Constructor at the end of your opponent's turn, and then play all your relics out from your market. Yeah, just stuff like that, where you're like, oh yeah, I'm just going to play Roa and amplify them because I have like 20 power, or I'm going to play something that breaks a relic, or I'm going to play something that pops an Aegis, something that blocks a flyer. So yeah, I think with Trade Agreement, this card looks really, really good. Without Trade Agreement, this card looks tricky, but like potentially manageable. Slow spell control is a little bit more interesting with this for sure. It's very expensive for what it's doing, so yeah, it's tricky. Oh, you have to pay the armor. For some reason I thought you had to gain the armor, but yeah, paying the armor does make it a lot harder to use. But it also means, for some reason I thought it was pay 1 cost. Okay, so pay armor, that is a more limited resource. We have to reevaluate that now. It always costs 4. You can get a lot of armor pretty easily with cards like Ironclad Oath and Styre's setup. So like Valkyrie can do this okay, but that does limit its inclusion in a lot of decks. There are not that many decks that can generate a ton of armor and still have that armor and 4 power up for Plea for Aid. There's some real potential there, but I actually think that that narrows my evaluation of the card, even though the cost is no longer in power and thus is no longer limited by that setup. Valkyrie Plea for Aid has some potential, but I just don't know that Valkyrie have a lot of like useful pieces of kit that they would really, really want. You can definitely get like the 5/3 charge. You can get silence Valkyries very easily. You can't usually get anything that destroys attachments, which is the thing. If you have a good selection of Valkyries, this card becomes a lot better, but I think like Valkyries, relic weapons, that's going to be sort of where it's at, and I'm not sure what armory deck is going to want this. Could be okay in an armory control list. Bit hard to play with, but another good card for like a trade agreement, like red, green, yellow armory option. So, Argo Ironthorn. Ooh, I didn't know that there was another Ironthorn, but I'm delighted. When Argo attacks, your attacking soldiers get double damage this turn. Summon, stun an enemy unit for each of your soldiers. Oh, so not related to Ironthorn in any way, apart from being nicer and like a mirror version. Okay, so soldiers get double damage, stun an enemy unit for each of your soldiers when you summon it as a 3/3. That is a reasonable summon effect and a reasonable attack effect. Doesn't really... It will win the game in a draft. Like, this card will just kind of crush in a draft because you'll stun every one of your opponent's units and then all of your soldiers will get double damage on the next swing. In a ranked game, you'll stun a bunch of your units. Argo Ironthorn will get torched or removed in some way. And then you still have a bunch of soldiers, which is nice. Could be a closer in a large soldier deck. Power level seems a little bit mediocre overall, but like big stuns can be very relevant, and that can be like if there is a really strong soldier deck that just wants to top out at this, then this is not a bad way to do that. Titan Foundry. When you play a Sentinel, double its strength and health, and it gets Aegis. Titan Foundry costs less equal to the combined health of your Sentinels while it is in your hand. So, yeah, when you play a Sentinel, you get a huge bonus to it. It gets Aegis, which is also important, and it also costs less based on how many Sentinels you have out. This card seems kind of really good. It's not too hard to play cheap Sentinels overall. Like, there's a 3-cost 5/5 that discards cards, so if you have like some cheap Echo options, you can play that down and do some interesting stuff with that. Yeah, it's not very hard to give this a 0 cost, and then if you have another Sentinel in your hand, you immediately get a doubled up Sentinel with Aegis, which is going to be a problem. Even getting this to like 3 or 2, which is pretty likely since most Sentinels have 5 to 6 health, just means that your third Sentinel is going to be like a real kicker. I think that this is pretty powerful. The requirement for it is difficult, but it could lead to a really nice Sentinel mid-range deck that can just absolutely blow out your opponent. On the other hand, Sentinels do have a lot of things to do at large amounts of power, so it's possible that they don't play this, but I think that it is one of the more reasonable options for late-game Sentinels. So mid-range Sentinels have something good to look forward to in green. Daru Lee, 2/1. Once per turn, you can pay 1 and exhaust another soldier to give it +3/+3 this turn. Doesn't give it flying or evasion, so that effect is mediocre. The Amplify 5 ability transforms another unit into a 5/5 Dragon Simulacre with flying. So 2/1 with a useful ability is really nice. 1 costs with amplifies are generally pretty nice. Making dragons is pretty useful, and I think should make Daru Lee quite a bit better. She's definitely got some value out of that. But the main issue is that it is still a 2/1, and that ability to exhaust soldiers may not end up being all that useful to you if you aren't figuring out some way to ready the soldiers or like basically get them back. Like, most soldiers are going to be attacking for around 3, so this sort of like puts all your eggs into Daru's basket, and then Daru is a pretty vulnerable option, and it costs an additional 1 to do it. So like, I don't see you using that ability as often as you would expect. I think this is a bit of a niche pick, but overall, that Amplify ability does lead to some strength. So yeah, very, very fun in a draft environment because it's just so value. I think a 2/1 that gives value is not like a super aggressive option in most blue decks right now because blue decks just don't have very good units most of the time, although soldiers may change that. Next up, Matriarch Zende. Hey, we got an Elf Shaman. When a Mandrake kills an enemy unit, transform it into a bomb. Bomb is a give a unit in +1 and reckless and draw a card. So Bomb, notably not soothing, very interesting in that respect, but does basically turn things... Ooh, man, this is a hard card to evaluate. The summon ability gives one of your Mandrakes +1 in flying, which is definitely not bad if you have Mandrakes, but you can't really play this as a 2/2. It's kind of hard to trade with, which is useful. This one's very tricky to evaluate, but I think that with Regen Killer being an option, with the card being okay on blocks, with the card being a 2/2 for 2, which is just a reasonable stat line, and with the card having a flying ability on Mandrakes, all of that seems like it's going to lead to some pretty interesting stuff. Overall, this card doesn't like win every game or anything along those lines. Balm is still an expensive card to draw with, but it does give a unit Reckless, which is nice. Balm is not like going to like card advantage out because the Shaman basically just trades for it, and that's, you know, just kind of free. And the Mandrake getting flying is not like the most important thing either. So none of that is like just, this is a rule filler, but it isn't a card that like pushes whatever deck you're building into across the finish line. It's just something that kind of helps fill that slot in the 2-drop slot. You could definitely replace it with other things and you probably wouldn't be too upset about it. And if the things are a bit more well statted, then you might have a better aggro deck as a result of it, which leads me to put it kind of in the C column. I think it's decent, but it's not going to be one of your first crafts. Replication Cell. Summon, sack a unit. Pay 4 to play a copy of the sacrificed unit. Use this ability only once per turn unless the unit is a Granadin. There's got to be an infinite combo with this, we have said already, and the copy ability is really, really cool. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with it. I think that it's pretty interesting, and there's a lot of different ways to fiddle around with this. What's the infinite combo? So you can create an infinite number of units by Shardbinder counterfitting, and then I don't know what you do with that. Like, Shardbinder reduces the cost of this down to 1 for each one, so eventually it gets down to 0. No, it actually only goes down to 1 every time, because you have to have like 2 replication cells. Or double the effect somehow, which you can't do. There's some things, there's some ways to maybe make this work, but we'll see exactly what ends up being in here. Overall, I think this card is like not a card you want to heavily craft unless you know specifically what you want to do with it, and it's a Weird Johnny combo. If you have a Weird Johnny combo, great. If you want to like make a big copy of your best unit, then, and you just have this as a legendary, this is not a bad card to include. Like, basically, if you're running like kind of low on like good legendaries, or you have like some bomb that you really, really like but you don't have 4 copies of it, this is the kind of legendary where you get this card and you're just like, well, now I can just like replication sell my favorite unit, and I can just play copies of it over and over again, and that way I get a bunch of power to my deck by duplicating stuff. So this is like an interesting solution for like a pauper player who doesn't have like a lot of money to craft stuff. That's something you can do. Thundress and Snooze. Killer Regen, Summon, Stun, Thundress, and Snooze. Give this Endurance. It is so bonkers that it's basically unfair. I don't think we've checked to see if Infinite Hourglass is in the format yet, but there are a lot of different ways to give things Endurance in the format, so it doesn't seem like a particularly bad deal. You can definitely ready this up for minimal cost, and also it's an 8/8 with Killer and Regen. I mean, the card's just kind of bonkers and should be very, very strong most of the way through. It readies on your next turn, so you get this pretty quickly, and it's only costs 5, and it's an 8/8. I think all of that like really leads to something that is very, very nasty. Also, just like a really fun card, well designed. Love the card design in general. Love the general character of the card. Very, very good stuff. Arak, Razor Shaper. When one of your Grenadin dies, this is a 1/3 flying Valkyrie. Each unit and weapon in your hand gets +1 strength for one of your Grenadins dying. Summon, play 1/1 Razor Bots with Deadly equal to Arak's strength. So 4 cost, plays 2 units immediately. If you can give it extra strength, it can do a lot more than that. When the Grenadins die, the unit weapon in your hand ability is minimal usefulness. So, like, basically, I think the Razor Bots with Deadly is a nice touch. Like, certainly anything that plays a spider on top of itself is going to be a nice little bonus, but there are a lot of ways to clear these Razor Bots out, and when you clear the Razor Bots out, you may not get punished for it that badly. You might end up with like a very, very nasty aggro flyer or Valkyrie of some kind, so that could definitely be a problem, but the question is really like, what is Arak synergizing with? And the answer is, like, you know, there's a lot of different choices, but you do have to sort of, this is not going to fit in every deck is the main thing. It's something where you definitely get it into like decks that are playing like deal strength and damage to other units and also like buffing your own strength, but there's a lot of those cards don't have a lot of card value attached to them, so unless that particular style gets good very fast, this is one of your lower crafts overall. Diabolic Machinations. Draw 2 different cards from among the top 3 of your deck, then bottom the rest for 6. So you get to pick 2 cards, and you get to also discard 1 card, which is Honor of Claws, effectively. Except Honor of Claws, I think, makes you discard 2. Oh man, I don't remember. In any case, Amplify, take 1 damage up to your health to look at 1 more card. So you can amplify as much as you like to make sure that you get very specific cards, which is a big deal, actually. Amplifying for damage is useful for a lot of different reasons, amongst other stuff. I think the really simple thing to do here would be Xenon deck. You are just playing yourself to like 8, you Diabolic Machinations, you go down to 1, because you can, and then you Vicious Rejuvenation. Trade health with your opponent. This is the only card that currently will deal you exactly enough damage to take you to 1 every single time, so that is something to pay attention to, because that means it's a combo piece. This has a lot of danger attached to it. It's a good thing that it's a 6-cost card, because, like, I mean, Celestial Omen has never been all that good, so, like, this is something where you get to pick 2 different cards out of your deck that are like really, really important, and you can potentially just like completely wreck your health total to look at more than half of your deck, get a ton of value out of it. I think that is potentially really strong. It's a clear combo piece, and there is a way to make slow spells fast now, so this is something where you can make some really interesting combos happen if you're playing Diabolic Machinations. As a card that just draws 2 cards and gives you, like, you know, the better choice of 3, that's really not a bad thing for Shadow to have. I don't think that they would necessarily not want to play this card, so, like, you know, in a regular old deck, this is like C, D tier. In any combo deck, this is clearly, like, you know, a pretty key piece, so you would craft it for that particular reason. Snapix, Deathstalker. Lifesteal regen. When you amplify, it gets +2 strength for each amplify. When it regenerates, it deals its health and damage to the enemy player. So put some pressure on your opponent, but only if you can amplify. If you can amplify, then this card gets pretty scary pretty fast. It is a little bit sticky, so playing it on turn 6 and then playing an amplify on turn 7, it seems very likely to deal quite a bit of damage to your opponent's face, because you're just going to be attacking with like an 8-4 regen. Your opponent's going to have to do something about it, but also if it gets death struck, then it's dead, and none of the text on it matters. So I'm more or less like, this is like C column for me. I think it's got some potential, but it is a 6-cost unit, and like, you know, it's only okay. Does combo with Diabolic Machinations. You can get all of that health back, so just like take yourself to 1 or 5 or some safe amount of damage, then attack with Snapix, assuming your opponent is just empty, and then you can like combo them out, and that is clearly just like a 1-2 punch that's going to be very, very strong. But like if you're playing this card just like as an amplified bonus, you have to get a lot of things going correctly for this to really, really function. I think it's a low-end craft. Like, you know, it doesn't matter as much as Machinations in the Machinations deck, but it is a nice little addition to the Machinations deck. Krull, Zumuk, Occultist. Zumuk is not a faction we are familiar with yet. I am very curious to see what a Zumuk is. When Krull damages a player, play a unit from their void with cost less than or equal to the damage dealt. So you get to hit opponents and then steal their stuff. The Fate ability is that it deals damage to you equal to your remaining power, so when you draw it, it will hurt you for however much power you have, and then it will play a unit from your void with cost less than or equal to the damage dealt. So if you draw this card and you just have 5 power, you get to play a 5-cost card from your void, but you take some hits for it. If you draw this card on your initial hand, it deals no damage to you, which is a nice bonus. If you draw this card on turn 1 or 2 or 3 and you just don't have anything in your void, then it starts punishing you. So yeah, it's a bit of a mixed bag, but the drawback is less powerful, less disadvantageous than you would expect. Notably, like, the card gets to steal from your opponent's void, which is a nice thing if you just have like something like Sling of the Chi going on and you're like throwing Overwhelm on it or Lifesteal or other stuff like that. Like, just, yeah, you know, there's some neat things that you can play around with that ability. And then, like, you know, it doesn't hurt you if it's in your opening hand, although you probably want to discard it out of your opening hand. And it doesn't hurt you on turn 1 or 2 all that badly. Like, you know, a little bit of damage is fine. Once you're in, like, turn 3 or 4, if you're not putting units into your void that you want to play back and Krull is getting drawn, then it really starts to make a difference in what your win rate is, because it's going to put you low for aggro decks, and that's going to be a problem. However, if you're taking 2 from an from a Krull to like play a 2-drop that blocks an aggro card or sacrifices to gain you health or like trades or does anything that actually like helps stem the flow of aggro, free cards are nothing to scoff at, and summon abilities are pretty strong too. So this could be a counter aggro card in that respect, even though it is dealing damage to you. So yeah, I think this is pretty strong. Overall, it seems like it does a lot of different things. It is effective on both your Void and your opponent's Void, which is pretty relevant. And it's a Fate ability, and Fate abilities are just generally pretty good. So yeah, like you can definitely play around with this quite a bit. It has the chance of just murdering you, and that is not always a good feeling. But, I mean, this card looks like it could potentially be played in a lot of different decks that are just fiddling around with like different Void shenanigans or just sacrifice shenanigans and the want to play more cards per turn. Goldplate Goliath, Decay, double damage, endurance. Summon, you gain 3 health for each of your exhausted units. Entomb, draw each other sentinel from your Void. So when you play it, it gives you a bunch of health. It costs 10, so it's not a huge deal. You just swing in for a bunch, plop it down, get a bunch of health. Now you have a Decay, double damage, endurance as well, and maybe your stuff had, well, your stuff didn't have endurance, but yeah, maybe your stuff is like able to ready at the end of turn as well if it has endurance. The Entomb ability gives you just a ton of cards. So yeah, this is kind of like a closer, but it's a closer in the way that a lot of 10 drops in time are closers, which is that they gain you a bunch of health for a particular thing that you should be doing that should be killing them already, and then if you haven't killed them already, then you're now in a much better position, but it cost you 10. So, like, yeah, this is not an incredibly important craft early on. It's just something really, really fun to pull out of a market or slam down out of, like, a random card. It's a great 10-drop to hit off of all of the, like, random effects that play, you know, cards of particular types. Like, if you're celebrating for 10, this is the card you want to hit. If you're attacking for a bunch now, and you basically just want to swing in with a bunch of units, you can now pay 10 for a celebration or pay 11 for a celebration, and you'll either hit Goldplate Goliath or you'll hit another 10-drop, Scourge of Froststone, which shuts down spells. That's not that important, but you might actually hit a Sentinel that gives you a huge amount of health for every unit in your Void. So, like, both of those options are like really, really strong, and hitting both of those Sentinels means that you have a higher chance of doing that on a turn 11 with a celebration, which is the kind of thing that matters when you're playing Sentinels, because Sentinels will give you a bunch of maximum power that you may not actually need to close the game out. Sentinels are super fun, basically, and this is a super fun Sentinel. Blow the Dam, double damage lifesteal, deals 0 damage to the enemy player. Discard a random card from your market to increase the damage by 1, so the more cards in your market, the more you can blow the dam for. This card takes a while to get up to the amount of damage that you really want it to do, but 10 damage with lifesteal is not bad. So if you are not playing any cards out of your market and you blow the dam, then this is okay. 8 for 10, gain 10, that's pretty reasonable. It is directly to the enemy player. It's not flexible at all. If you have a way to put a bunch of cards into your market, you can make this do more, but the problem is that it doesn't scale particularly well. There's not a lot of ways to increase the spell damage of it, like not in Stonescar anyways. Getting extra cards in your market is good, but like there aren't that many cards in red and purple that do this specifically. You might have to go into like green, or a lot of the colors that I've seen have not really done this yet. It's possible that I'm missing some solid commons or uncommons that are like just get 2 random. I'm sure that I am missing a get 2 random shadow and a get 2 random fire card in your market. But like the question is, are those cards good? And even if those cards are good, Blow the Dam seems like one of the lowest value crafts in the current format, just because there are other better things to do, and one of them is a Flame Blast that does even more damage for even more value. Doesn't do lifesteal, but I mean, if you're killing your opponent, it doesn't really matter if you're gaining life. Battlemaster Cataxius. 2 cost, 2/3, Minotaur. Good stat line. Argenport colors, so a little hard to play the 2/3, but that's fine. When you play a relic, Cataxius and each weapon in your deck get its battle skills, and +1/+1 total. So this is one of the stronger Navani style war cries that we have seen. It does give every weapon in your deck an additional set of battle skills, which is really, really nice for that kind of like Argenport ridiculousness. And then the Valkyrie Warp ability gives you a bunch of influence, which is whatever. So plays well with Valkyries, plays well with relic weapons. Valkyries play well with relic weapons already. I see this card as being a pretty likely high craft if you are the type of player who builds Armory. This is something that clearly fits pretty well in those types of decks. It is not an immediate effect like Rakano Artisan and a lot of the other stuff that you might be playing in these types of decks. And if the removal gets really, really heavy and you just don't end up wanting to play Battlemaster Cataxius, that can actually happen. You might just end up with like more relic weapons than like units. There are reasons that this card might not get played. But if you are playing like, you know, a throne deck with a bunch of like Valkyrie Enforcers because you want to silence things, and like I believe there are some Valkyries that specifically help out relic weapons now. There are reasons to play this for the warp, and then also the relic ability is like the main thing. So I think that it's got enough value to really be important. Might be nice to see like, I wonder if we'll see Valkyrie weapons in the next set. That seems like something that might be very likely. Cast Iron Furnace. Deal 1 damage to the enemy player, then if you have 5 or more factionless cards in your void, play a 5/5 Dragon Simulacre with flying. This isn't going to be an important craft unless you really like colorless decks. If you really like colorless decks, then this is the most important craft. That's really all there is to it. Speaking Circle, another one for the colorless decks, but also just a generally good site that is also colorless. The enemy player can't have a site. The Queen of Glass's agenda is that you choose between 3 options that cost 3 or less 3 times to set her agenda. So she gets to play any number of different things. The Queen of Glass herself is a regen unblockable with your other units are awakened and cannot die while you have... Let's go ahead and switch over here so we can see it. While you have the Queen of Glass. So awakened is not a particular like thing. It's going to be a keyword, I guess, to mark that something can't die, but there are no other awakened cards in the set, so this is something that the Queen of Glass specifically does. Awaken might come back in a future set. I would not be surprised. But in any case, 7/7 regen unblockable, so that's a good thing to work towards, certainly. Unblockable regen is very, very hard to deal with, and your other units can't die is pretty important as well. If you can get an Aegis on that thing, great. The enemy player can't have a site. That's a useful, nice little function. And if you can reduce the cost of this card with Tempting Offer or something along those lines, the site itself is pretty good as well. I think Discover is just a really powerful mechanic. It is possible that Speaking Circle is too random to really help you, but it has a chunky amount of health, it has a good finisher on the top, and it's very likely going to be able to defend itself or get card advantage for being played. Whether or not that's worth 6 to you is going to be one of the most difficult questions in this set to answer. I think only play can really tell if the Speaking Circle is gross and overpowered or just kind of okay, but I think there are a lot of different colored decks that are going to be happy to play the Speaking Circle and happy to get a lot of value out of it. So colorless decks, ahoy! This is by far the strongest colorless card that has been printed, and I'm including that power that generates 5/5s. And yeah, it seems like something that can definitely play in a lot of different decks. It is appropriately costed, but it might even be too powerful. It might need to get taken down in health, might need to get taken up in cost. We will see, depending on like just basically the quality of the cards that you are discovering is how good the Speaking Circle ends up being. So. But I think there's a lot of stuff like that, and in this set in particular, where there's a lot of like influence-heavy cards that are pretty hard to play, this is something where you can get a lot of bang for your buck out of that Discover. All right, that's all the legendaries from the current set. We will be back with more. We'll probably review the rares next, but at the very least wanted to get like a little crafting sort of like evaluation out. So a lot of the upfront cards were definitely the stronger ones to craft. I think that like going for like the big Valkyries and the sort of things that are simpler is usually the best way to go early on. But if you have a particular idea and you want to support it, there are clearly a lot of legendaries that help with that as well. There are build around me's for Armory, there are build around me's for combo, there are build around me's for a lot of interesting like weird lifesteal swap, like just nonsense. I think there's some pretty interesting things to be looking for in the current set, and this is something that we're definitely looking forward to exploring in upcoming Eternal Brews. All right, so that's it for the Legendary Guide. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you again with a new brew or the Rare Guide next. Cheers. There's also a rare that makes a unit awakened. Oh, good to know. I will get a lot of YouTube comments on that. Unless I make an edit. But that's my fault for not watching chat as closely as I should have. Awakened is a unit type. Is it? I feel like I'm being lied to. I don't see anything about Awakened in either of these. Although I'm not seeing... What is going on here? Why am I not seeing anything? Awakened. There's a rare that sets the unit type. Oh, I gotta turn on... Oh, yeah, fair. Durable dirt. Learn the truth. One of your units becomes awakened. But that doesn't do anything. That doesn't make it invulnerable to damage. It's just a unit type? Huh. Alright. Well. That's definitely a plan for future sets. Is that a Jack? No, it's just an evil gunslinger type character. Definitely a plan for future sets. Each unit in your market gets that unit's strength and health and becomes awakened. Alright, well, looks like we're looking forward. Oh man. Something cool could be coming. Like, we might actually see like just like a launch of awakened cards like right in the middle of the set. Like a bunch of cards just waking up. Oh, man, there could be some cool stuff here. That would be really interesting. I am color me intrigued. I'm into it. Traveler's Fair. Pay 6 to draw a card from your market. Okay. That is such a nice market card. I do often want to just empty my market. Yep, that's what it sounds like. Maybe similar to Strangers or something like that. Or like maybe another like look at Strangers. This would be really cool if it was related to the Xenon. The Xenon guards secrets super well, so this could be like the secret that the Xenon are guarding, and it could like really mess you up. a lot of interesting choices. All right, what do we want to craft? What do we want to build? Siege Supplier. Put the top 2 cards of your deck into your market. If it has 7 or more cards in it, draw one at random. Wow, that's fun. I love that. Top 2 cards of your deck into your market. Interesting. Stakeout is weird. Glimpse Another Age. Shuffle a Void. Garbo. Fair Exchange. I still want to do a little more drafting because I want to like make sure I have all these rares before I do any like. But like we also really want to do shenanigans today. Okay, what? Where is this art coming from? All right, at the end of each turn, play a weapon on one of your units with strength and health equal to the number of times you amplify this turn. Draw a card. Are all the soldiers drawn like this? Is this like a thing with soldiers where they're cartoony and weird? Like this is like this art style is so different. This is like anime reference. It's not bad. It's just really kind of out of place. Eternal's always had like it's always felt like it had more consistent art, but yeah, I mean generally pretty consistent. Anyways, play a weapon on one of your units, strength health equal to the number of times you amplified at the end of each turn. Draw a card if you have a soldier. These fate abilities are really interesting. Definitely want to play some sentinels. I don't know if I want to invest in sentinels just yet. Certainly it'd be fun to like go after Titan Foundry. Realign the stars. Oh. That's really nice. Also, wow, this is a pretty cityscape. I'm really liking the design of this new world. This new world has some like towering cities that just look amazing. Shadow Creeper, pay 5 and discard to kill an enemy unit. Yeah, we saw that one before. So what was our deck? I know we were thinking of something interesting. We could do Machinations, Vicious Rejuvenation. Gain an enemy fast spell, deal 1 damage to the enemy player. Or get a Grenadin, which is not that great. Or give a Grenadin quick draw. Tesseract's technique. Kudzu's technique. Silence each enemy unit with flying. Give a Mandrake deadly, create a Mandrake. Okay, so some of the techniques aren't as good as the others. When you gain health, place seeds. Ooh, we definitely got some plant options. Soldiers is probably the simplest choice. I want to play the Speaking Circle. That should probably be our first craft, right? Because even if it's not good, we want to play it. I feel like going for Machinations early. We have 2 Snapixes already. I really want to build a Machinations deck. And it wouldn't be too hard to do. I'm pretty sure. Play a spell. Deal 2 damage. That's not going to be good for us. Toll of Warfare. It's a market option. Let's build a Machinations deck first. I'm into it. We gonna play Snapix? Probably, yeah. Okay. So I think I want 1 Krull at least. We're not gonna craft all of them, but we'll craft most of them. Okay. What is this? Empty Throne Pack? Thanks. New deck. Xenon deck, who dis? Trade agreement. Actually, do we just need one in the market? We just need one in the market. Can I put this into the market without a market? Yes. Aurelian Merchant is convert. Whoa, Aurelian Merchant is legal, right? Okay, that's a thing. Wow. That's gonna be a big deal. Crafting as well. Speed Grafter. Room. Fair Exchange. Coveted Gemstone. Condemn is legal as well. Oh boy. That means Crack the Earth is legal too. Literally every market card is legal. And Expedition. We have Crack the Earth, Time Etchings, Merchant, and oh wow. This is actually more market cards than I was expecting. Fair. Okay. Well, I think Time Etchings is clearly correct. Time Etchings and Aurelian Merchant. We're going to hook us up with a trade agreement. We have ways of making it better. We have to decide if we're going to put like something like Toll of Warfare in there and try to go Shadow as well. I think smugglers are not legal. Yeah. So no smugglers at all. So hybrid is a little harder. You have to be kind of into one color or the other. Although stuff like Traveler's Fair does make that possible. And Wasteland Broker would also allow us to play some stuff. Zimic Coercion is cheap and quite doable. And has a good fate ability. So that might be something. I think we'll play at least one of them. Alright, so we know we're going to go for the... Tell me Vicious. Yeah. Wee. Okay. Nightfall? No Nightfall. At all. Okay, so we're looking for 6 drops real quick. That'll be... Ooh. We could do Uyur. Ayur. Nah. Distortion Orb is nice. I might play that Fate Friend. 7 drop. I think it's unlikely. Snapix. Okay. So we're thinking about Speaking Circle, but we might just be trying to like Machinations into Deathstalker and just go. So what else are we Machinations looking for? Two different cards. Okay, good to know. So let me check and see. I think they were careful here. I think they actually already found the deck that I'm going to build. It costs... Crafting is on. Nope. They weren't careful. Maybe they didn't mean to be. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Okay. Zimic Coercion then. We definitely want all of this. I need ways to ramp power. They are going to be critical. So here's a quick thing that we can do, right? We're playing a Xenon deck. We have Zimic Coercion. Or we have Diabolic Machinations. We draw a bunch of cards. One of the cards we draw is just a fire symbol. The other one is Blow the Dam. The main issue is that we might not have enough health to dig through our entire deck. So, like, life gain might be a thing. But, I mean, I feel like if we get, like, Blow the Dam or Vicious Rejuvenation, we're happy. Praxis Arcanum. Yes, it's legal. Units and relics cost 1 less, though. Is there a better way to get Accelerate on a Snapix? Because like what I want to do is like Diabolic Machinations and play it. No, it doesn't work that way. I can't Machinations twice anyways. So Praxis Arcanum is out. That's not what we need. We need tokens, little things that we can sacrifice that will also give us benefits. Delos Awakening, don't care about that. We also need cards that add to our market because we have Blow the Dam. So that's going to be a big deal. Express Route. We might want to kill a unit really dead. Katra. We might want to like play a bunch of stuff out of our market. Send an Agent. That's probably going to be in the main board. Kozlo. Yeah, I think killing each attacking enemy unit with 2 strength or less might be really useful. Okay. And we will want a way to recover our relic. Assuming it doesn't get silenced. What do you do after you spend your turn paying 20 life and 6 power to draw 2 cards? 20 life and 6 power to draw 2 cards. Yeah, so the answer is we kill them. There's several different ways to do it. We can Blow the Dam. We can Snap X on the same turn. We can Vicious Rejuvenation. And we're gonna keep looking out for other ways to do it. Reappropriator, don't care. So I'm looking for things that are in these colors that don't die easy. Rhoda Scavenger cares about sacrificing. Garden Bellower has a nice Entomb. Scavenger, Dark Wisp. Dark Wisp is legal. Solid. Kantha Ascending is Shadow. That's good. That supports us. We can do that pretty easy. You're out of power by then. Well, we're going to do it at the end of turn. Xenon Life Speaker. Life Speaker gives life steal to stuff, which is pretty useful. And it is a great 1-drop, and it's fun to sacrifice. Tillier's Favored. That's another good one. Oh, what's this? Shadowfang Valkyrie. Flying can't block. 0 cost. Huh. Wow, that's nice. Fall of House Roa! I love it. Do we want to play Shadowfang Valkyrie? 0 cost units are a big deal sometimes. Not sure about that one. We might include it. Shadow symbols are fine. We have 5 more cards than we need, right? Okay, and time, we need little dudes as well. And we need ramps still. So, like, we do have a relic ramp. That's going to be a big help. I think we will be playing Tillier's Favored for sure. I think we will be playing Core Tap Maximizer. Probably we'll be playing Desert Alchemist, yeah? Or Apprentice Mage? I can see Apprentice Mage. Okay, add to your market. Add a random Zumic Whisper readies units and gives us 2. Is that going to be enough? Might be. 57. So we're a little heavy. Shadowfang Valkyrie is not important. Tillier's Favored is, but this is most of the tools. I think we have this. Katra, trade agreement. We need one more time market card that's going to be useful. We can't make it a shadow market card if we want to, but it's pretty hard to get. So what's the other time market card? Is it a hybrid option? Venomous Nightblade? Don't care. Delos Awakening? Definitely don't care. Kudzu's Technique? Oh, that might be good. Sure, I'll create a Kudzu's Technique. Oh, Xenon Silixes are legal. I'm so happy. I'm one card heavy at the moment. I kind of want Trailmaker in here. Maybe we take Apprentice Mage out? Yeah, we have 3 Shadow to get to. Apprentice Mage is great, but Trailmaker's better. A little easier to kill, but... It'd be nice if I had some way to deal 1 damage, right? That might end up being an issue. Alright, going out that route, I need the Grenadin that gives power per amplify. Power per amplify Grenadin is definitely not a bad idea. How much does that cost? That could be a good market choice. Amplify card, you get +2 power this turn for each amplify. You have to Zoomic Coercion for it, but it works. Yeah, Vara's Favor is obviously an option. Potentially going to be a pretty good choice here. 13 power. I'm still 1 heavy. What do I not care about? I care about the fall. Care about the Zoomic. I want as many Zoomics as possible. I don't know if I want 4 Zoomic Whispers. It didn't get me seats, which we might want to get seats. Seat of Mystery, specifically. That's a lot of undepleted power. Always got to be careful there. Oh, wait, never mind. That makes it easier. Alright, this is glorious. I love this. This is already, like, just everything I want. Okay, let's give it a shot. We might need, like, a couple more, like... What is this? Shadow deck? Where's my deck? Oh. This is... Okay. What? Oh, okay. I did that for a gauntlet thing. I know what that is. I think we got it. Let's go. Event. Ranked. All right. Ideally, we're gonna go for brew first. So let's see if we can get this running. Alright, I need to change my stream name, I think. Probably limiting who's coming in. Keep it. All right. So what do we got? Xenon Silix, we got a Shadow Sigil, we got a Dark Wisp, we got a Zoomic Coercion. We have an Aurelian Merchant, which we need. Don't like it. But the shadow symbol gets us Silix on 2. Trailmaker makes time for the Silix. Should I be marketing for...
This'll do the trick.
Should I be marketing for the actual card I need? The big combo card. That is a really interesting question. So my opponent's playing Ticking Grenadins. Silix is going to get us a Trove and a Wisp. I think we're going to play the Wisp. Unless we play Aurelian Merchant, which we certainly can do. Merchant does block this 1/1 without doing any damage to my face, which I like. I like this. What's the random shadow card in my market? I haven't looked. It's a Shadow Sigil! Lucky us! Hit the enemy player, draw a treasure trove. Okay, whatever. I want the Shadow Sigil? I think we want the Shadow Sigil. Koslo does kill everything. That's actually a pretty good deal, yeah. I'm into it. Silix. To Lear's favored.
Focus, child.
We gonna Koslo here? I don't know. Okay, we're gonna Koslo here.
Happy to meet you.
Happy to meet ya. It's me, Koslo, the murderous orphan. Okay, that wasn't quite as good as I'd hoped, but certainly not bad.
What do you think you're doing?
Aurelian Merchant, can you get me anything that heals me? Oh, I've got a Bartholo's Keepsake now. When did that happen? Did I draw a second one of these? My fucking market's weird. Oh, I swapped the Shadow Sigil to get the Relic. Fair. Fair. That's what happened. Yeah, you're right. I want to play Aurelian Merchant. I also kind of want to play Trade Agreement, but I don't think I should. Let's hit him. Kantha. I think we just Trove here, yeah. Time symbol. Nice. Okay. Well, we've already got everything we need, and we are winning. Beautiful. Alright, so fights for itself. Did okay with the market stuff. What's my kill condition? My kill condition is the Diabolic Machinations for shenanigans. We have a couple of different kill conditions. Follow House Roa. Blow people out from the market, and Vicious Rejuvenation. Gibbon. Seat, time etchings, Dark Wisp to Lear's favored. Cool. Yeah, we can play this. Not gonna be able to play a 2-drop. Oh, never mind. Play whatever we want. Delir's favorite drawing time sigils from my deck is really nice. I think we go Dark Wisp here.
Fine Kyoju steel.
What do you think you're doing?
Looking good so far. What do you do?
Burn.
You murder my shit. I don't like that. Oh, I really don't like that.
Focus, child.
Express Route kills that thing very dead. I lose trade agreement for it, but I do want it gone. Okay. I am done.
I've got a clear shot from here.
Burn.
Delightful.
Hammer it out.
Oh, that's not good. That was a nice hit. Nothing else to do.
The flame burns bright.
How much is this? 5226. Definitely Express Route.
Going down.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ah, it's still deadly. Could have killed the 5-3 and then maybe lived.
Burn.
But Dahim is too much. I was expecting a big weapon, I wasn't expecting a big unit. If we'd gotten some flyers, that would have helped. Like Shadow Symbols would have been good there. I'm not sure how much more we needed. We needed Send an Agent. I don't need card draw. Okay, this is nice. Xenon, Cortap, Zumik. Zumik with Talirs. Okay, we can work with this. We're missing Shadow, though. That's not so great. Hey, Shadow Symbol. Not a card I can easily pick up, though.
Focus,
Definitely a card I want. So Cortap's a 1/1. Akantha needs Shadow Influence. Trailmaker gets a Shadow Influence, which is nice.
This'll do the trick.
So now I can trade for trade agreement when I need to. Now I can trade for trade agreement now if I want to. I think I'm actually just going to eat this. Grab that Shadow Symbol. Send an Agent doesn't work on this Mandrake, which is a problem. Doesn't work on that Mandrake either. I think we toss Cortap here. Pick up the trade agreement, play the Akantha.
What do you think you're doing?
I can trade for the Mandrakes now if I want to.
both getting chased.
Hey, how's it going, No Mortal Coil?
I beseech you.
Okay, didn't get my trade agreements. That's fine. Still hurt though. Didn't like that. Not a fan.
What do you think you're doing?
No, we want you to have 25, right? We need like a power here. Yeah, power to win.
Looks like we're both getting chafed.
10 health might not be enough. Alright, do what we can. Sort of your turn, play silence. Number of cards in market, not enough. Can we win this? Currently have 5 cards in market.
Knock 'em down.
Just rejuvenation. Xenosilix. Oh god. I don't have the power though. No, I fucked up. There's Blow the Dam. Yeah, okay. Didn't quite do it. So we need more power for that. We have to get it to 8. Oh, got an achievement for that. Cute. Which means, I mean, Quartet Maximizer was a good way to do that. How's a Kantha doing at defending us as compared to like All Head for time? All Head would be a 3/3 defender. It would not make units, but it would be a bigger unit. We need to stay alive for longer. Zumik Coercion's a bit of an investment. That's the idea. We just gotta find the balance. I'm not sure what I'm missing, but I'm definitely missing something. I think Zumik Whisper is actually terrible. Like, we might need to replace this with something that actually ramps us. Some sort of power card. Is there anything that gives us +2 power? Like, I don't think Eternity Core or the 4-drop is available. I could be wrong, though. Lead with that. Time Etchings draws us a power, which we need. Right now? Yeah. Okay. I have Sent an Agent, which is still pretty cool. Sent an Agent actually hasn't done much yet, though. We've been hitting a lot of hybrid cards. I wonder if that's just like the current market or if it's like something else going on.
Accustomed.
Can we trade a Kantha here? Yeah, I need Shadow Symbol. Might need to replace Zumik Whisper with like Petition or something. Don't like it. Yeah, Zumik Whisper just sucks. That's where my card disadvantage is coming from.
Might makes right.
I need power. I'm not getting it. I need to be playing more power in general, because this is dumb. I don't want Azuma Coercion, not slow speed. What would I get for it? Katra, but Katra can't do what I need. Like, I don't have power in the void, so it doesn't really matter. Snapix is really helpful here.
Come forth.
That's great. Slow speed. God. Yeah, we need more power plays.
My blade burns bright.
Could Zuma Coercion here, but it seems like a not useful play. If I just play Snapix, I'm happy, right? So we go for like Reactor Forge. Maybe I actually do want the site that gives charge, because Snapix, well no, Snapix with charge doesn't matter because we still have to play Diabolic Machinations. I could do this as a Reactor Forge deck, but I'm pretty sure it's wrong. Okay. Pushing super hard on me, got it. So that's 7 damage, good job. Gonna Rapid Shot at 2, or do I just get a card and call it good? Nice, got a Shadow, that's what I needed. Snapix, let's go. That should just kill them. Do I want to play 2? I might want to play 2.
Scrap metal.
Nah, I'm good. I win here, so it's all good. What's up? What do we want? More Machinations isn't bad. More Snapix isn't bad. Actually, it didn't get what I needed, but that's okay, because Snapix just wins, so. Take Time Etchings. Take 36. Off to a good start. Yeah, so I do kind of like the Zumix Sacrifice thing, but it's a little slow, and I definitely think that the Decay whatever is just not working. So Zumix Whisper's out. We're gone. Zumix Coercion can probably stay. Below the Dam is still not like the most satisfying solution, but I think it's not a bad one, provided we have a decent amount of market options. I don't know, it's only like 8 damage, right? We could just cut it. I could just go heavier on the Vicious Rejuvenations. If I have at least 2, that's much better odds, right? Okay, and then does the regen part need to lose HP in order to activate? Yeah, he needs to take damage of any kind. He won't take the damage, but then he'll regen. Okay, Auto Tread. Discard to deal 1, pay 1. That's not bad. Can't regenerate is neat for dealing with like aggressive decks. That could be an okay defensive option. Gleeful Firebrand. Plunder cards would be good, or lifesteal cards. We're not really playing Shadow, though. We're not playing Fire right now. We're looking for time cards. Crafting as well. Norris Roa. Roa's a neat little finisher. I'm looking for power cards and cards that gain health. Rebuild gains health but doesn't give me power because I need fire for that. Seed of Creation, no. Praxis Arcanum gives Snapix charge, which is not meaningful to me. Send an Envoy. Plays power depleted to play Sentinels Exhausted. Don't care about that. From Beyond. Could be fun if I wanted to do like a green influence thing. Spell the cost 3 or less, discard it. That could actually be a reasonable way to like interfere with my opponent's starting hand. Oh, we were gonna play Krull, right? We actually have a lot of toys that actually play well with Krull. And that way we can mark it for a card we need too. Considering our market always trades, I actually could still run the damage option. Where we have a fire symbol and we have a... Because Zuma Coercion adds an extra 2. Yeah, we're definitely not super heavy fire. Max power. From below. That's blue influence. Core tap we like. Coveted is just +1. Wilderness is just +1. Battery Mage is Surge. Mysterium Orb is for each Explorer. And gives your Sentinels bonuses. Okay, that's not going to help. Praxis Painting. We don't care. So maximum power is a little hard to come by. We could do Apprentice Mage, but I think it's actually more like playing power for us. There's a Plunder option. Desperate Courier, cards cost 1 less on the enemy turn. Oh god, that's actually it, isn't it? It's got Plunder, which is something we need. And I still want the market, whatever it's called. Blow the Dam. Okay, so 2 Vicious Rejuvenations, 1 Blow the Dam, Zuma Coercion, Send an Agent, Time Etchings, Desperate Courier, Dark Wisp, Tulliur's Favored. Courier's more important than Tulliur's Favored, but Tulliur's Favored does supply pretty valuable. I mean, I could replace this with Vara's Favored, considering how many units I'm now generating. Is Devour legal? No. Yes, it is. That is serious card draw. Sell out of the Dark Wisps, keep the Acanthus. That's got some value. How do we feel about Krull? Krull can kill us on the draw. We don't care about Krull. Fall has Row is a market card, potentially. Not a good one, though. I like Express Route. I felt good about Send an Agent, but if we have a better removal card, we might want to play it. Explosive Potential. Don't care about that. Curtain Call. Could be better than Send an Agent. Could be a good mix. Krull can be market. Oh, that's true. Krull's kind of great in the market. Curtain Call's not a fast spell. I have to be careful with spells, right? Because ambush cards are going to be more useful in general. You know what I need? I think I need Send an Agent to be Desert Alchemist. Get some dessert. I changed it so that the premiums don't go out first, which is really obnoxious. Okay, so that's 73 to 75, 25 power. I cut some Dark Wisps, but I could add them back in. Or I could just add 2 Sending Agents back in. Which I'm pretty happy to do. Oh, what was the... There's a Premium Desert Alchemist? When did I miss that? Can be found in Argent Depths. My card rules. I must have... Yeah, sad I missed that one. Alright. That is, I think, the changes we wanted to make. We now have Fixing, and we have Desperate Couriers. Do we have Desperate Couriers? I think we included them. That looks pretty strong, right? Yeah. Time. Can do Core Tap, or can do Talir's Favor. Probably Talir's Favor first. Shadow Influence is still getting kind of hard to find.
Focus, child.
Okay, Aurelian Merchant trades in for probably Desert Alchemist because we don't need the Plunder anymore. We do need Shadow still. Trading for the Core Tap because I've got 2 and I don't need 2.
Defend the throne.
Oh, Trailmaker actually would have been fine. I think I'm okay with a 2/2 charging at me. Well, that's rude. I don't have the thing I need, so it's fine. Did I have a way to fetch my relic in the format? Koslo, Core Tap, Express Route, Katra. Could do Overloader. Oh, I can't do Overloader. For I am not that type of deck. Power card from your Void. Koslo's probably best.
This'll do the trick.
I do need Shadow here. Rough. I don't know if we needed to throw that right away, but it felt right. Okay, I got enough power to actually play the card we need. Dicros Ruin actually does mess with us a little bit. You gotta be really careful with that.
Happy to meet you.
Ah, Soldier Tribal. Yeah, Soldier Tribal looks really interesting. Sun's Fury. I'm excited about it.
Over there.
I feel like Koslo has a good chance of like ditching our win con. Just maybe not a good thing.
Choose a path.
Gross. I don't like it.
Quickly, give me your energy.
No, I really don't like it. Yep, all yours.
is complete.
Made a big unit. Gained a bunch of life.
Constant vigilance.
Excuse me, rude. Block it.
Quickly, give me your energy.
What do you think you're doing?
Appreciate you, Kantha. Well done. You're not quite at 8, but you can definitely make them sacrifice, which is going to be a big deal.
Welcome, welcome.
Ah, Winchest Merchant. Rude. What's your other green card? Ooh, shit. Okay, let's think about our deck.
A forest of blades!
I need to see this other card.
You come back here.
Fuck it, we're going. 2 and 2, so I need to no more than 20 times.
Knock 'em down.
Snapix is a possibility. Follow House Row is a very good possibility. Zoomic Conversion would be fine. Vicious Rejuvenation is clearly correct. And I wouldn't say no to another Akantha. Let's go with another Akantha, why not?
What do you think you're doing?
I could have gone for Shadow to force the sacrifice. That might have been interesting. Yeah, let's see what you got. You got a 10-10. We want you to have a lot of life, so that's fine. Vicious Rejuvenation is a slow spell, so we gotta trade that out. What else you got?
Looks like we're both getting
God,
shoved.
that's pretty good, actually. Well done. Let's trade health totals. I'm a little low. That's not going to help me, though, because they're still pretty healthy. And I couldn't punch them there.
Choose a path.
This'll do the trick.
Okay. So I need like another Machinations here. Yeah, ow. Khosla can't come back.
Choose a path.
I do have a second Rejuvenation. So that's a real thing that can happen. Garbage. Maybe I'd play that for the power. 10, 4, 4. That's me to 18. I block 10 here, I have more life to play with, which I think is important. Core Scavenger can block a 10-10. That's not a problem. Cards in market, 5. 18. So that puts me in Vicious Rejuvenation range again. Oh wait, no. What? I miscounted. 20. For some reason I was counting those 4/4s as 3/3s. I'm not very enthused by Blow the Dam, but I'm not sure I've got a better option. There is the Amplify one. I don't even know if I have yet. Beacon of War. Pyrotech Explosion, that's the one. Deal 4, can't be stopped by Aegis. Amp 5 for 8. Yeah, getting that to actually kill somebody is going to be too hard. Stakeout. No. Cobra Gear, Bastion Garrison, Snapix, Razor Blades. That might be worth it. We pick that up, it'd be a slow spell that deals damage and also gets us Razor Bots. Hey, how's it going, No Mortal Coil? Sailor Peter, hello everybody. You can throw one of those in there. We could run Condemn to pick up the Overloader. That's another way to deal 1 damage for fairly cheap. Self-mill to activate Katra is a really interesting concept, I think. Like, I might be mainboarding Katra here. So Razor Blades is a slow spell. Which means it would be a fast spell. Same with Vara's Favor, that will also kill on 1. Deal 1 damage slow spells. Ruinous Burst is fast. Incineration is fast. Diker's Ruin is not fast, but it is Diker's Ruin. How much do I care about Express Route? Choose to swap. Choose to draw. Overlord is a Grenadin. Choose to play. Hoarding Builder just sets up for it. Could be okay. Traveler's Fair will draw it. This is an interesting one. Merry Christmas, No Mortal Coil. I want to make this red in Reactor Forge, but I don't know if it's worth it. I feel like the lack of health is actually a problem for me. Is the Blow the Dam worth it? That's the tough part, right? Like, it's a slow spell, and it takes so much to get running. We could start hoarding for it. I should have 2 Fall of House Roas. Equal to the cost of the spell they're playing. Fire Sale equal to maximum power. Fire Sale is really exciting for this. Trying to say like anything equal to like the damage or equal to your health that's new is good. Moment of Creation, Angelica, Worldpire. Now Worldpire allows you to play the cards, but it's not great. Let's start with that. Do we have 2 Fall of House Roas? We need 2 Fall of House Roas for sure. Okay. That gives us more options. I think we've got this. It's just like it's not supposed to be the most reliable deck. I think it's in the right spot. It's just something's slightly missing. We could do it as a throne deck and then it'd be a little easier, but eh. Throne decks are boring. Okay. So Time Symbol, Xenon Silix, Seed of Mystery. After Talir's favored, that's going to be undepleted, which is nice.
Focus, child.
Getting up towards Snapix pretty quickly. Miner's Musket's legal, huh? Good to know. Well, Silix draws us a card. Time Etchings gets us a trade agreement. Treasure Trove. Desert Alchemist will do. You want to kill the 5/5, or do we want to kill the weapon and then block the 5/5? Kill the weapon and then block the 5/5, ideally. We need to stay alive, though. If you play your unit now... Cool.
Stand back.
I don't really need anything right now. Pretty happy. Rude! Cut that out. I'm doing stuff. So I already have Vicious Rejuvenation, but I don't have power. Which is kind of a big deal right now. I'm missing units to play. I need those. If we don't find those, bad things are going to happen. Nine damage gets me pretty close to death. Snapix is pretty real. We gotta block a 5/5 and then we still get seared to death. How about we have lifesteal, so we might live. Pay 2 to exhaust, that wins the game, yeah? Not a fan. All right. So ramping. Apprentice mage, maybe? I mean, I have ramp cards. I'm just not playing them. They're not getting drawn. Good old Razor Blades. Doesn't have decay, but does have everything else I need. I think I actually transmuted here. We're just going to trade it in at some point. Trade agreement is 2.
Just keep digging.
I don't need this much market. Let's just grab our trade agreement and call it good. Amaran Shoveler. You are a card. Oh, you cost 1 now. Interesting. Maybe you always did. I think you always did. I just remember you costing 0 for some reason. 0x the game. Yep, yeah, we got a lot of stuff like that. That's for sure. Alright, what do we want? Katra? Koslo? I can't get Koslo pretty easily. Time etchings is fast, which is nice. I don't have attachment destruction of my own. Oh, I don't have the 4th time. Notable. I don't need it though. Let's just get Koslo, I guess. We're up to 8. We just need the actual cards.
You'll be good as new.
Maybe I should be marketing for the 6-drop.
I'll get it there.
Could have done that at fast spell speed. Could have played the seat too. And Kosla does nothing here. Okay, love a good speaking circle. Yeah, maybe I need to have a Corendon Merchant and I need to just be marketing for shadow cards. I don't know, that's a lot of marketing to be doing to set this up. Oh, Martin Truffle would be great if it got 0. Are you kidding? That's just raw card draw. Card's ridiculous. Whee! So you got a chemical rounds. Yeah, I think Kosla needs to come out. We need to get a better market option. Some sort of burglarize or something. Attachment destruction, recovery. I'm relying too much on Koslo Katra, and that's just not a market option. If I get a better market, we can get some selection in here. Could do Read the Stars. It's blue, but it would work. We'd have to get it off of, like, you know, garbage. Stake out when 5 of my units die. Oh no. That was an interesting call. There it is. Okay, just don't fuck it up. We got this. Fine by me. How do I win? We still need the actual way to deal damage, and I did trade it into the market, I'm pretty sure. Express fruit. No, I plundered it. Even worse. I could dig just a little deep. You have played so many cards this turn. What are you doing? Happily. You done? Cool.
Knock 'em down.
Okay, so I need Vicious Rejuvenation. Fall of House Roa gives everything deadly, which is a big deal. Diabolic Machinations #2 would get us extra cards and wouldn't cost extra for us. We can do that. Done.
The bastion must be destroyed.
Okay, your units can't be killed. That's a problem. Not the worst problem in the world, but it's a problem. How hard you swinging? Oh, pretty hard. Yikes. How much health do I have? Don't like it. How many of your units have endurance? Too fucking many. 12. Oh, that's more than that now. Okay, well, let's start with Vicious Rejuvenation.
Stand back.
Skip the plunder. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This is 15, so that's 26 total. So we need to block 1, for sure. Nothing can die. So it doesn't matter what we block. The problem is they still have 3 left. Express Route will get me... Could I get a market card here? Katra won't work. Might as well pay the remaining 6, right?
Knock 'em down.
So we definitely want Fall of... Oh wait, Blow the Dam. That's legal? Oh. Never mind. I forgot I actually have the... Oh wait, no I don't, because it costs too much.
What do you think you're doing?
Yeah, I fucked up. I don't have the 1 damage card, so I... What did I need to grab there? Fall of House Roa would have stabilized us, but I don't know if it would have helped us enough. Go all in on the swing. That's enough. We'd Machinations 5, Blow the Dam 7. Nah, it still doesn't work. We need more power for that to function, and Blow the Dam is just not the way that I want to do damage. I think it's got to be Vara's favor, but yeah. Or Condemn, but Condemn is slow. Damage spell. And Xenon. Simic Whisper. Cobra's Gear. Ghost Form. Ghost Form will do it. Rail Driver Valkyrie. Nectar costs 2. We want to Condemn. I'm cutting Razor Blades, I think. Although, man... I thought I had 2 Fall of House Roas. And then we could do Vara's favor instead of a Talir's favorite here. That's not hard. That's pretty free, yeah. Okay. That gives us a couple more options. We have to actually... Like, we have to always be able to hit it. That's the thing. Waste on for Nightfall Lethal. I don't believe that the Shadow Waystone is available. If it is, then, I mean, that's absolutely what we'll take, sure. Yeah, no. It's not an expedition. It will always kill the opponent in Throne, though. So, if we decide to play this in Throne, we can definitely do that. That's pretty easy. Yeah, no, that was one of the first cards I did search for. I remember that. Keep that. Shadow Symbol, Time, Desert Alchemist. Or do we want to go Time, Seek a Time? Oh, why don't we go Time, Desert Courier for the Time Etchings? Then I can play Shadow Symbol, I can still play Desert Alchemist, and I have the ability to set up a lot of stuff. Okay, I've already got all the Shadow I need, so we go for Fire here. Because we need one of that at some point.
I'll do my best.
We have all the power we need. But only if we play our power, which we want to do.
I'll do my best.
I need to market something. That won't quite get it done.
I'll get it there.
Plunder that. Another Trailmaker, still not quite there. Maybe we Machinations right now? Like, it's pretty easy to grab. Trove. Simic Coercion will draw a card from my market, yeah.
This'll do the trick.
I have Desert Alchemist, which is great. Simic Coercion is fast. I forgot about that. Nice.
Go! I'll hold
Aurelia, I don't think I care about you yet.
Stand back.
Okay, trade the treasure trove for a trade agreement. Or just, yeah, never mind. I don't have to trade at all. Trade agreement. Diabolic Machinations costs 4, so we're good. I ain't standing anywhere. Trove. Block. It does leave me with slightly less power. than I used to have. Coveted Gemstone's nothing. Picking up a card from your market. Diana Face Shield.
I bring a boon.
Which does give you armor, which is kind of a problem. Pew!
Knock 'em down.
There's Below the Dam. There's Diabolic Machinations. Where's Vicious Rejuvenations? It's not in here. That's interesting. Alright, Below the Dam, follow House Roa. Ha! I drew it. Okay, cost 6, so... Yep. We're done for the turn. Yeah, we did bottom the rest, so, I mean, higher chance of drawing it that way. Come get me. Oh, I don't like this. No marketing. That's not allowed. I don't know what you're doing, but I don't want to see it. Access Arcanum, okay, cool. You gotta refresh yourself or something? What's the play? Okay, charge, cool. Come charge at me. Give me a 2 drop down. I want to see basically everything you have played. Well, that damn is slow speed. Yeah, no, we're good. Vicious Rejuvenation. Trade ya. Okay, I'm done. This is such a weird way to win the game. I just do it at like the end of every turn. Not gonna be good enough. How do I do that? What do I have to click? This? No? This? This? That. Okay. Take 10. The dam be blown! There she blows! That worked excellently. What we need now is the card that pierces Aegis, because we are going to get in situations like that a lot more often than I think we are. I could go to 3 Vicious Rejuvenations. I am skeptical of the value of that. Pyrotic Explosion just kills things. I might actually just want to use this instead of Send an Agent. Although Send an Agent is... Yeah, let's take Send an Agent, put it in the market. That way I have Attachment Destruction in my market. Pyrotic Explosion is a murder option. Needs a fire symbol, but we can petition for that. Well, we can't petition for that, but we could petition for that if we had cards that did that. This is coming together. We're getting all the pieces. We're figuring out what we need to draw off the 6, which was the problem with the previous ones. Is we kept actually hitting the 6, and then we draw, and then it would be like, I can't quite win this. What do I need? And the answer is sometimes you need more damage. Sometimes you need like more lifesteal. It's tricky. Okay, I really like this hint. It does need a little power to get going, but if we get the Aurelian Merchant down, then we can set up the market that we want. We could put the big legendary in here, the Atrop, that allows you to play Relics from your Void. And then we could trade for him, play him, and then we can just play Relics from our Void. I don't know if that's like a good idea, but it doesn't sound like a bad one. Play Shadow here. I still need power. If we miss on power, then we're sad. That is not bad. Not good either, but it sets up the Akantha, and the Akantha is going to be like a concern for our opponent, as is the 1/1. Oh no, can't regenerate. Discarding cards just to kill my shit. Interesting.
What do you think you're doing?
Would you discard City Constructor? Ah, you can probably draw quite a few tools. This might work out for you. In all honesty.
Looks like
Farewell,
we're
Pompous
getting
Historian.
chafed.
Fall of House Row is not important here. They're playing value, and we can beat value. But we need our cards.
Focus, child.
Oh, was that a mistake? I wanted to play the Undepleted Power, but that didn't actually make sense. We should have played the Aurelian Merchant there, yeah. Oopsie daisies. Okay, Zumik Coercion can grab... Send an agent in particular? Okay, wait, why did you do that? Yeah, I don't care. Trade that for trade agreement. You're just pitching cards to buff now? Okay. Better. Trailmaker.
This'll do the trick.
What do I need? Oh no, I needed a Sending Agent. I'm an idiot. Bugger. We don't need Zuma conversion. We'll take the Sending Agent now. Six, 5. Can almost just kill me outright. I might have messed up by not playing these cards in the correct order for sure. Trade agreement doesn't help us here. If I kill this, that becomes a 4/4. Yeah, we messed up a little for sure. I don't know if we messed up the whole shebang, but it kind of looks like it. Block, block. Shadow Symbol's great, we can live with that. Two 5 lifesteal keeps me alive. Can't even punish me with the auto trade. I'm at 1, so if I draw a power here, I win. Maybe. I don't quite win. I still have to actually solve the puzzle. Dang it! I drew the second Vicious Rejuvenation. Oh. Are the Desert Alchemists working? Or do I want to trade them for more ramp? I think Apprentice Mage might be in order at this stage. I think we need to just be moving a little faster. Desert Alchemist does solve problems, though. I don't know. It's close. Delirious Savers gets us cards, which we want. Oh yeah, we were gonna trade Kosla for something, right? We're quite sick of him. Katra too, I think. We want big, scary cards that'll help save our butts. Immature Burial is not it. Express route is not it. I need like just a cleansing goody thing. Xenon Silix. Wyatt's Junkyard. Marius Mandrake. Ultimates. That doesn't matter for us. We could get a 2/2 that's a big guy. That's not really a big deal. In like the 4 to 7 range. Epoch Infestation, Delay, Confiscate. Horn of Plenty, Hermit Gardener. Hermit Gardener's not bad. That and Lumen Defender both actually help us stay alive, which is a relevant piece of like usefulness. Distortion Orb's also pretty good, but we need like card draw. Tovan. Oh yeah, there's no reason not to play Tovan. Emerging Colossus is too expensive, but fun. I wanted to get a particular spell. Like, if I could find something that actually gets a spell, that would be really nice. Disappear, Reality Snap, Death Strike, False Demise, Toll of Warfare, Hell into Nightmares. 5 or less. I don't think there's anything we want with that. Shoal Stirrings, no. Imprison's pretty good. But it's Shadow. Reactor Forge makes the math a lot harder. Yeah, that is very true. It will definitely get us the ramp. I think if we're going for a red ramp, we're actually going to do the one that doubles everyone's power. Stirring Sand. I don't really have Sentinels, though. Snapix is a beast. Can we reduce the cost of Snapix anyway? And it's a 2/4 ambush, so not really. We're already doing everything we can do. It doesn't have ambush, it just has lifesteal. Can we give it ambush? No. Nothing gives units ambush. That would be... There's reasons for that. It would break things. Maddening Whispers. That has Amplify. That doesn't matter. Edict negates and also puts things on the bottom of the deck, both of which are useful to me. But, I mean, red aggro is really where we're going to be struggling, right? So we need something that actually kills that. Limit defense? I might be inclined. Okay, I'm looking specifically at spells, so maybe I should be trying to find... Might even want to include like 3-drops. Healer's Cloak? No, that doesn't help. Not enough. General ambushes are nice, but I'm looking for something that sweeps the board. Sweeping the board in like 3 colors is hard. Like Xenon doesn't really have board sweeps. Oh, crafting. Not enough crafting on. That's dumb. Venomous Nightshade, Gains Life, Zumik, Unforgiven. Let's look at unowned cards and see if there's something I'm missing. Fair Exchange. I could use that to play Overloader, but I don't think it's worth it. Anoris Roa. Or the Great Kudzu. The Great Kudzu gives us a little more to play with. Anoris Roa gives us... Okay, so this one gains us 3, this one gains us 7, but this one doesn't have to be played. Top 3 units of your deck get +1 in Destiny. Oh, we were considering taking room, too. Just being like, hey. Gold plate does nothing. Send an envoy does something, but not at the speed we want to. Kudzu's not bad. Anoris Row is not bad. I think Anoris Row is actually like pretty reasonable here. It's a simple 5-drop that prevents red decks from blowing us up. So yeah, let's take Anoris. Overloader, send an agent Anoris, Tuvan. All right. I think we're about ready to call it a brew. We should record that live tonight, and we don't have a lot of time left to do so, so we should probably get started on that immediately. Let's give it one more test run. But, like, the combo works. We have enough pieces. Most of the central stuff is supporting. Desert I might need to switch back to Desert Alchemists, because, like, that experiment with the Apprentice Mages is a little bit wild. But I think we are just trying to get this thing going as fast as possible before they have a chance to like totally damage our life total. And I also think that a unit that can scrap is not bad. Okay, how do we feel about this? Courier's good, but nothing else works. Time, Zumik. Oh, we can transmute this into Shadow. That's great. Okay, sure. Give it a shot. Courier for Shadow. We play the Shadow. We play Time Etchings. We don't need to Courier for Shadow anymore, but I think we still do.
Hammer it out.
Yeah, maybe we just play.
I'll get it there.
Okay, Trailmaker into Time Etchings gets us the market card we want. That sets us up for Vicious Rejuvenation.
This'll do the trick.
Except I don't have Shadow. For I am... Okay, trade agreement, core tap. God, I am so angry that Blazing Salvo is still in the expedition format. Like, God, fuck that card forever. Just like the worst. Like, give us the Smuggler. It's just, ugh. This is very bad. I can't play core tap. 6-2. Core tap will get us to Vicious Rejuvenation, but not before I die. Valkyrie Spire Guard is legal, huh? That's something. Yeah, sure. Salvo is the fucking worst. Alright, whatever. Yeah, that card just makes me... Does all sorts of things it shouldn't. Have a good night, No Mortal Coil. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Okay. How do we feel about that? That hand was very, very good apart from that. Like... Yeah, much appreciated it. We got a redraw here. Okay, good, good, good. Courier can plunder for us. Might plunder the Vicious Rejuvenation. Not an unreasonable play. Could also plunder the
Just
fire
keep
symbol.
digging.
It's not... Well, it actually gets
I'll
us
get it
a lot of
there.
what we need, so... Play the time symbol next. Seed of Mystery gets us Aurelian Merchant. Aurelian Merchant trades for whatever.
A customer.
Get Tuvon? Yeah, we're waiting on the trade agreement at the moment. Okay, now we're not waiting on the trade agreement. Trade in the time for trade agreement. Play trade agreement, play fire. We can now Diabolic Machinations for 6. I think we got this. Yeah, it's a game. Condemn is fast, though. Do I have a slow spell version? I keep
Just
forgetting.
Keep digging.
You know, why don't we ambush Tuvon?
The mountain stirs.
I'll get it there.
Swing for 7? No, I'm good. Tuvon actually has... Yeah, okay, I'm totally good. I need you to be out of power. That's the only thing I need. When you're out of power, we win. We're going to 5.
Knock 'em down.
Where's Vicious Rejuvenation? Oh, it's not here. Okay. We need a... We got one Fallout House row. What else do we need? Let's get a Pyrotech Explosion, I guess? Fuck. What's up? I'm rushing you. I need that health back. Cool. Glad we went to 5. That was a bit more dangerous than intended. Nailed it. And that's why we have 2 Fallout House Rows and 2 Vicious Rejuvenations. Yeah, there's... I really like that we have to do some good guesswork here as to like what is the best play. Like playing for 25 is often good, but it's not always the immediate way to win because you can't guarantee the Vicious Rejuvenation. But like, oh man, that was an exemplary game. Okay, let's do the recording for the brew. We don't just start recording actually. Yeah. So is this the name of the deck? That's the last thing we have to determine, right? So it's Machinations. We could call it Diabolic Edict. Like, pretty easy to do. It's a very simple MTG reference. Snap Kill. The deck that kills you. There she blows. Although we don't usually blow the dam. It's the Machinations and the Merchanting. Merchant Machinations. Unfair Trade. Dark Bargains. Diabolic Edict all Seems pretty good. Diabolic Addictions. Yeah, it's not terribly... I mean, it's addictive to me. Because I love hot jank. Fire sale? Yeah, focusing around trading is very good because it's so market heavy, right? Like Devil's Market. Devil's Market's not bad. Because how many different market options do we have? We're doing Aurelian Merchant, we're doing Zumic Coercion. Zumic Coercion may still be wrong. It is a pretty good option. Got the Condemn, Pyrotech Explosion, Avara's Favor, 2 Vicious Rejuvenation, which could be 3. Got good old Snapix here. The internal synergies are already wild. I'm so happy with this. Devil's Market, Diabolic Addict. Diabolic Addict. I really like Diabolic Addict because, I mean, Machinations is like the main goal here, right? But like we could definitely do Snapix. I wish I had a way to draw Diabolic Machinations. Like if I were playing blue, we could just grab it. There's a blue card that literally just grabs Machinations, which is insanity. Well, I mean, it's not that insane because I mean it's Machinations, but what if I were playing blue-purple? I wouldn't have ramp, so I think it would be pretty bad, but that could be the version of that deck that actually survives, right? I haven't looked into Primal very much. I'm getting distracted, but like it's possible that there's a Feln version of this deck that is better. Or just a straight Stonescar version of this deck that's better. That's actually more likely, right? Because we have a lot of ways to ramp in Stonescar. Like, what am I doing in time that I need? I really need trade agreement. But trade agreement I can splash for, right? So yeah, we would have that access. Devil's Market is not bad. Is it better than Diabolic Addict? Show of hands. I guess. Let's see here. What is an edict? I need to check that. I believe it's a ruling, like a official order of proclamation. Yeah, so I hereby order that my health total is your health total. Yeah. I think that's what we're calling it. Okay, so let's do the review then. Or do the brew. Ready, set, roll? Okay. We are good to go. Yeah, so we're starting recording. We're going to discuss the brew, and then we might do some breakdown games. We'll also probably take some games from the stream because there have been some pretty good ones. Okay, ready, set, go. Hello everyone, welcome to the very first Empire of Glass Eternal Brews. We are real excited to be getting into the new set and playing around with the new cards. Already there's a lot of really interesting stuff going on. There's a really heavy market focus. I'm a little sad about market spells being back, but by and large, like there's just a ton of interesting market cards. There's some really unusual combo cards. Something that we noticed during our legendary breakdown, which will be up either today or tomorrow, will be that is that there's some like just very unusual Johnny cards that are a bit more shenanigan-y than usual, sort of really channeling that sort of magic tutoring effect. And one of those cards is Diabolic Machinations, which is going to be the first card that we're brewing around today, and the first card that we're brewing around in the set. So this is Diabolic Addict. This is our own creation, and basically we are trying to set up a very serious kill using Diabolic Machinations, a card which we will read now since it is an unusual legendary. Draw 2 different cards from among the top 3 of your deck, then bottom the rest, amplify, take 1 damage, to look at one more card. You don't have to pay any extra for the Amplify, you just have to pay health. You can pay up to your complete and total health. You can, in fact, take as much damage as is necessary to kill you, so you generally want to Amplify for one less than that. But nonetheless, this card will basically tutor you for a wild amount, and it will also reduce your health to 0, or reduce your health to 1, or reduce your health to 5, whatever is the most handy. That means you can do some really interesting shenanigans if you want to tutor cards and also play around with health totals, which is exactly what we want to do. So let's get into it. All right. So, Diabolic Machinations. We have a couple of different things that we are trying to do, and the reason that we have a couple of different things is because we want to be immune to stuff like, anything that will basically like punish a particular card, we want to be immune to that, and we also want to be able to pick out different answers with Diabolic Machinations if we actually have the ability to do so to win the game. The primary thing that we are absolutely needing to get is Trade Agreement, which is a 3-cost relic that says fast spells can't be fast, and spells that aren't fast can be played as fast, which means that it turns all the slow spells into fast spells and all the fast spells into slow spells. This has the nice bonus of messing with your opponent's strategy, making all their fast spells a lot less useful, making it so they can't respond in some of the ways that they might want to respond, but it's mostly here to make our fast spells, or our cards, fast, which in particular we're going to be trying for Diabolic Machinations as a fast spell pretty commonly. Okay, so we have a number of different things that we're going to be doing around this deck, but the main thing that we're going to be doing is we're going to be making Diabolic Machinations fast, just so that we can more easily access certain cards and play the card at end of turn to draw the cards, so that we have access to whatever it is that we're drawing on the next turn at fast spell speed. But we also are just going to be playing Diabolic Machinations to grab the following cards. Vicious Rejuvenation. Not a particular surprise. We're going to be reducing our health to 1 very frequently. Sometimes we will pick a number that's a little bit higher if we're worried about, say, a sear or some incidental damage. You want to pick, of course, 1 more if there's a Dichro. But basically, we're going to be trying to reduce our health to the lowest amount possible, and then we're going to be Vicious Rejuvenationing at fast spell speed to swap our health with the enemy player's health. This is often the way to win the game. We have a number of different tools that we can do to basically like finish people off. If we go to 1, we can Vara's Favor at fast spell speed, which is always nice. If we have a little bit of extra power available, we can use Pyrotech Explosion, which can't be stopped by Aegis, and we can also wait an entire extra turn to play cards that are a little bit bigger and do a little bit more damage, like an Amplified Pyrotech or a Blow the Dam. We have Condemn at fast spell speed if we don't pick up our Trade Agreement and we just instead choose to Diabolic Machinations and just ride for glory, but that is a possible option. And then we also have another card here which is designed to give us a way out if we don't pick up the Vicious Rejuvenation or can't play it at the cost that it currently costs, which is 8. Fall of House Roa is a very, very cheap card if you happen to be at very, very little amounts of health. So by basically setting up the Diabolic Machinations, we can then grab Fall of House Roa, play 1 or 2 of them. You can actually grab 2 of them off of Diabolic Machinations, and then attack with our entire board full of merchants and mages and ramp cards and other small stuff. So there are 2 different ways to stabilize after Machinationsing for a really, really large amount of damage. And in fact, there are 3, because we have one other way to win the game that involves playing Diabolic Machinations at either slow or fast spell speed, and that is Snapix Deathstalker. This legendary has lifesteal and regen, and when you amplify a card, it gets +2 strength for each amplify. So it also deals its damage in strength to the enemy player when it regenerates, which means that if you are attacking into an opponent with nothing and you charge up that amplify and just blow out, you're going to be dealing something along the lines of 48 extra damage with lifesteal because you took a bunch of damage and amplified a bunch of times. That means that you can immediately double your health total from where it was before, meaning that you can, of course, survive any sort of major issues that you're having. And if the card still has its regenerate, it gets to kill the enemy player like just as basically a side gig, which is super, super fun. The final card that we have as a stabilization tool is Blow the Dam. Sometimes you don't want a Vicious Rejuvenation, sometimes you want to amplify for a little bit less. If that's the case, Blow the Dam is a reasonable way to hit people for 10 damage and then gain 10 life, which is a good way to stabilize a little bit off Diabolic Machinations. It's also a big explosion for the Vicious Rejuvenation tier. This is just something as like an extra option to pick things up, and we do have a way of buffing the amount of cards in our market via Zumic Coercion, which is another one of our cards that we're going to be using to access cards in our market. All right, so that's all of the moving pieces of synergy that win the game. Let's talk about the stuff that makes up sort of the core of the deck and basically makes sure that it survives long enough to do this. So we're focusing pretty heavily on ramp because we want to be doing a lot of ramping and basically trying to pull off this Diabolic Machinations within a couple of turns. If we are playing it at a low amount of health, we don't get to pick up as many cards, which means that we have a lower chance of hitting our combo even if we have a large number of combo pieces in the deck. So our main focus is defending our health total and making sure that we are ramping up and consistently playing power. We are also trying to reduce the cost of the card at fast spell speed. So first things first, we got Desperate Courier. It plunders, which means that we get extra power, and it also makes cards cost less on the enemy turn, meaning you can play a Diabolic Machinations for 4 or a Vicious Rejuvenations for 6 if you have 2 of these out. Super fun stuff. Apprentice Mage and Trailmaker both give us ramp. Trailmaker in particular gets us a little bit of influence fixing, which is important for the triple shadow on Diabolic Machinations. Our power base is built to generally support this, but we also sometimes splash a little bit of red for Blow the Dam and Pyrotech Explosion, so it's not unreasonable to have Trailmaker in the deck. We also use Apprentice Mage. We have tried this and Desert Alchemist in the same slots. Currently we're focused on the ramp, but Desert Alchemist also has a place here. But both are basically give us ramp and give us the ability to consistently get to our power. Based on how much aggro you're seeing, you might want to swap some Desert Alchemists in for different cards of this type. Delir's Favored gives us extra cards, which is always nice, and gives us something to sacrifice, which is also pretty important. We want cards and we want the ability to consistently play power, so Delir's Favored is pretty important in that respect. Core Tap Maximizer is a Sentinel that gives us ramp if we have relics, which is something that Trade Agreement provides for us. It's a little bit awkward. It might not end up being a core focus of the deck, but I have so far been pretty happy with it. Seems like a reasonable pick up. And then finally, we have all of our market cards. We have Aurelian Merchant, 4 of. We have 4 Time Etchings, so 8 different ways right away to grab Trade Agreement. We have Zoomic Coercion, which allows us to sack a unit after blocking to pick a card from our market. Basically trades one of our units for a card in our market and also adds cards to our market for Blow the Dam, which is a nice little bonus. And Condemn, which can pick up an Overloader and nothing else. The only reason to do it is if you have a little bit of red and we want to make a different combo happen. The last Diabolic Machinations combo, this deck has internal synergies everywhere. So if you Condemn for an Overloader or pick up the Overloader via a Zoomic Coercion, then when you Diabolic Machinations, you can amplify and get a bunch of maximum power to immediately play the cards that you are looking for. So this is the other way to activate the Trade Agreement, and it's the other way to activate the combo. If you want to go into like a Stone Scar version of this deck and not play any time at all, then you play 4 Overloaders, or you play Overloaders in your market, and you just try to set that down and trigger things. We like Trade Agreement a little better because fast spell speed is a little bit harder to respond to, but this is something that, like, yeah, it's sort of a dealer's choice, and having access to both of them in our market gives us a backup plan in case the first plan goes awry. And there's plenty of backup plans here because there's a lot of different ways to sort of derail this combo. So we're trying to keep it as derail-proof as possible. All right, all of that market stuff happens. We pick up the cards that we want, then we use Machinations to pick other cards up that we want. Lots and lots of card selection. Our power base is pretty much designed around getting Shadow and Time Influence. We also include Akantha Ascending, which generates tokens for us, creates very scary units that our opponent has to deal with, and is just kind of a decent role player. This card is another one that can be swapped if you need to make it cheaper. Desert Alchemist is a great replacement here, so if you're looking to make a cheaper version of the deck, this is an easy swap. But yeah, the card definitely does synergize pretty well with the Shadow Sigils and all of that other stuff going on, so pretty happy stuff. And of course we have Xenon Silix, Seed of Mystery, and that is basically our power base. In our market, apart from Trade Agreement and Overloader, since we have a lot of market access, we can also grab other things. I'm using Send an Agent to dismantle certain relics or single units that might be interrupting our plan. We have a Norris Roa to stabilize and get extra health for the Diabolic Machinations. And we have 2 Von Skybreak Giant as just a big ambush option to play around with Desperate Courier and get extra cards into our hand. All of that provides us with some pretty interesting stuff. Certainly you can play with those 3 slots in the market as much as you like. You don't need legendaries in there. You can certainly play whatever you're looking for. All right, that's the basics of the deck. We're going to show off some stream highlights and sort of talk a little bit about things as we play, but it's pretty exciting. I'm really enjoying this one, and I'm very glad to, like, it's obviously a little rough since it is first day, but I think that it's performing pretty admirably. So let's go ahead and get to some games, and we'll show off this deck. See you in a moment. All right. This combo can be derailed easily, so we added a lot of extra rails. Yeah, that is very much correct. We are just constantly jumping rails. Alright, I think I already have most of the highlights I need. We've got the one where we still need one where we just like straight up get the combo, I think. I'd have to double check, but I've got most of them in the initial setup. Rike. Fire, Shadow, Time. Talier's, Core Tap. Okay, so right away, this hand doesn't have time influence, which is pretty important. So we're going to redraw and see if we can find some time. Okay, a little bit better. We got Desperate Courier, so we can plunder ourselves some Shadow. Snapix Deathstalker is actually just really good to have in the early hand. I think we can ditch the Vicious Rejuvenation early, or the Fall of House Roa. Either one is a decent option. Probably the Vicious Rejuvenation. So we'll keep this, and we'll just slam the Courier, get the Vicious Rejuvenation out of the way, and keep the Fall of House Roa in hand. Invasive Species is generally a sign of an aggressive deck. Get the Rejuvenation. Now I have a Pyrotech Explosion, which can be used to kill stuff, but it requires double fire, so it's not an amazing card here. This only goes into the void when it dies. So we actually have plenty of time to get started and get moving. We found our Shadow symbol, so now we can actually play for fire here, because we already have 3 Shadow, and 3 Shadow is the limit we are looking for. However, we are still a little bit rough and tumble. Like, we definitely don't have enough power to play Snapix anytime early. Can keep protecting our health total here with this 0-3. Another nice bonus of the Desperate Couriers is that they keep doing that for us. And it looks like our opponent's playing a nice slow deck, which is exactly what we want.
Nature returns.
Wild Growth Druid, that card will punish us for existing, so we are definitely going to try to not take too much damage from it, but it's mostly about transformation, so we'll see exactly how well this deck does. I think we're in good shape. Matriarch needs to kill an enemy unit to transform it, but it will trigger some bonuses, so we got to be very careful here. I have 5, which is not enough to play the Snapix.
What do you think you're doing?
So we'll just play our time symbol, get our Akantha down, and next turn we can play our Snapix, which can gain us a little health. I think we're going to be pretty cavalier with our health total, since we have Fall of House Roa as a cleanup act, and we have a decent amount of units on the board. Root Ripper immediately transforms, which is going to buff up that Wild Growth Druid. Can't do anything about the rest of them. But that's okay, because we have decent damage here. So we play the Shadow Sigil. Play the Snapix. And this guy gets bonuses for Amplifies, which we can probably get going pretty easily. We're going to try to take as much damage as possible here. Fall of House Roa is just a perfectly fine way to win this game, and our opponent isn't looking for it, so they might not be able to... Ooh, okay, wait. What does this do? Costs 2 more and 2 less if it's the enemies. We got a 1-1 and a 1-4, and the Iron generates extra power for us, which is pretty useful. I could Decay here, but I feel like the extra time influence is going to be pretty useful. And again, I'm not hurting that bad. Alright, so let's go for... Vara's Favor will stabilize us a little bit. We don't need to stabilize a lot. Ian probably needs to hold for a turn. But other than that, we're good. 3-4 is not really hurting us at the moment. More markets. Hit the enemy player while you have no cards in hand to draw it, so... If we want them to not draw it, we have to basically make sure that they have no cards in hand, but... Okay. Predator's Instinct, that's going to be rough. So they are going to get their Mandrake. That's not a huge deal. It does hurt quite a bit, though. So it's a bargain. They get to play a 2-1 with flying again. Cool, cool, cool. Our solution here is to just go Hambone. We did not get any market cards, so we are notably in some trouble. But we can attack with all of these and get a decent amount of damage going, stabilize some, and play our Core Tap Maximizer, which helps us quite a bit. The problem is that the invasive species are going to keep coming back. So we need to get to a point where we are comfy with them and not dead. Okay, Pyrotech Explosion can be amplified to deal 8 damage. They didn't hit me with no cards in hand, so they don't get their Mandrake back. Which is a good deal for us. Fertile Soil plays some blockers, but I'm okay with that. Silix is absolutely critical here. We need a Treasure Trove. And Akantha will get us a sweet little blocker that should help out with keeping alive. I'm going to go to 1 though, so probably not that alive. Block here. Block the Mandrake. That's it. That's all I got. 4 here. Core Tap Maximizer. Swing for 4.
You come back here.
So I can now hold off quite a few units.
You trespass here.
Oh, they gave 1 flying, so I believe we're dead. Yeah, just didn't pick up the cards we most needed, but if I'd held onto the Vicious Rejuvenation, we probably could have won that. Just a little bit of a tricksy one. I don't know. I don't know if we actually had the opportunity. So. Yeah, I think the 2/4 dying was a big issue there. Still, a lot of neat toys. Battles. Alright, looking at our opener, we got Talir's Favored, we have a Diabolic Machinations, which is one of the most important pieces, and we have a really decent amount of influence and power, so yeah, this seems like a really strong hand to start with. If I don't play Talir's Favored, I can get my Xenon Silix on turn 2, or turn 3, but I actually don't think there's a lot of reason to do it that way. Probably just want to play a Time Symbol, play a Trailmaker, and then set up for whatever else we need. I can push Shadow here to make the Machinations happen a little faster. But I think actually what I'm going to do is just play the Talir's Favored so that I have something to block with. And we'll set up the Trailmaker later. If they want to use removal on my 0/2, that's great. If they don't, then, well, we have other things we can do. Because we already have a lot of Shadow influence in the making, we're probably going to go ahead and, like, go pretty straight for Akantha. I can play her right now if I like, which seems pretty useful to me.
What do you think
By
you're
holding the
doing?
Trailmaker here, we get to basically play Trailmaker on the turn before we Vicious Rejuvenate, or before we Diabolic Machinations, if we so choose to do that. Mandrakes get +1 in lifesteal. Fate, draw a card if you have a Mandrake. Okay, cool, cool, cool. So we can basically like grab extra Shadow for Akantha on the appropriate turn. I want to defend my life total a little bit here, probably. Yeah. That's a 3/2, which is certainly not too much of a problem. But if I play this for Shadow, I can Silix and draw a card, or I can Shadow Symbol and get a flyer. Both of which are pretty good. I think we don't need a flyer because Akantha's doing good.
You come back here.
So we just Treasure Trove. Found another Shadow Symbol, which is great. Not quite enough Shadow to really get there, but we can stabilize immediately off of Machinations, which is important. I could potentially just go up to like... Yeah, I'm curious what they're going to do. I think we might, since we don't have access to our fast spell here, we might just go for the Diabolic Machinations immediately. See Shadow here. No problem. I can play it now, but I don't know that I want to.
You come back here.
Like, one thing we can do is we can just draw 2 of the top 3 cards of our deck, get some cards, play some excellent stuff. I could also amplify to like help the damage along a little bit. I think we want to set up Fall of House Roa for next turn, so we'll probably just swarm them with Fall of House Roa and stabilize that way. But in order to do that, I need 7 power instead of 6, which I was not thinking along those lines at the time. Pay 7 to give your Mandrakes +1 and Killer. Draw a card if you have a Mandrake. We'll block that one. Yeah, we gotta send an agent. That's not a huge deal. So Machinations. Go to 7. We get to pick the top 7 cards of our deck. We might just die here. There could be like a Condemn or something.
Knock 'em down.
We can get another Machinations, which is pretty useful. We can also get a Time Etchings, a Zoomic Conversion, get some ambush cards potentially. I think we're going to go for Time Etchings. Fall of House Roa. That's a slow card, so we have to play it slowly. Then I think if we attack, we gain 4. We can block 3. Seems pretty handy. We go to 10, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can gain 10 and keep 4 back, or I can go to 14. Yeah, I think we just take a swing. Because we get a 2-1 blocker here, so we're feeling pretty okay. Is there another Send an Agent? That's pretty important. There's some sort of trick here, which is very worrying. Silencing it does mess with our ability to hurt them, but we still keep a 2-1. And we're still not in the worst shape.
Faster.
Another Lifestealer. I think we block here. Because we need to stabilize pretty badly. We just got a Market card. It's a Direfang Spider, which is relatively helpful. I can also stabilize here, not by Machinations, but by using Time Etchings, which will get us 5 health and a 5/5. Whether that's better or not is up for debate. I think I like it.
I will find the answer.
Okay. Puts us in a space where we can block 4/4s, block 2/2s, Oh, that's very bad.
Mine is ended.
Well, it's going to be pretty close here. There are not too many usable tools left. And that is just enough to kill us.
Looks like we're both getting hurt.
At the end of the day, we didn't have quite enough health to play with. Got that fall of House Roa from 1 health, though. Alright, so was that my misplay? Should I have gone for the Machinations? We couldn't have dug that deep, but we could have dug 7 cards in to find Vicious Rejuvenation or something along those lines. The problem is I didn't have trade agreement, so without the market, I don't think it would have worked out. Nihilus. Gonna redraw there. Alright, so next up we have Desperate Courier. I have enough influence to make a shadow symbol happen. It's going to be a little bit slow, but we can definitely get a Silix into a Aurelian Merchant down, and that will help us set up Vicious Rejuvenation and, of course, Trade Agreement, which is pretty important. So, time. We already have most of the tools that we need here. If we just take a bunch of damage and then Vicious Rejuvenation, that will get us most of the way there, which is definitely a fun time. Alright, so Shadow here. Play the Desperate Courier. And generally we want to plunder Zumik Coercion. It's a okay way to get a market card, but for the most part we don't usually need to market at that steep a cost. So Xenon's Silix gets us the market that we want, although we can go for Akantha here if we choose to. I think here we're just going to trade the Treasure Trove in, pick up the Trade Agreement, and we'll set down an Akantha next turn, along with Trade Agreement. Get set up for that Vicious Rejuvenation. Ooh. And there's Snapix, which is delightful. That'll give us some Amplify. We can even trade for a Norris Roa to help out with that. It should be a lot of fun.
I'll help.
One shot, one kill.
Wump and Mizo are obviously pretty scary, and they do prevent Akantha from being played for a while. Snapix is just going to get 2 health off before he gets his regen popped, but that's okay. We can live with that. If we can get a Vicious Rejuvenation now, then we are actually in pretty good shape.
I'll help.
Second Wump is a problem.
I won't disappoint you.
I could kill that, but honestly the Wump is currently occupied, so we're pretty happy as far as things go. I think we're just going to snowball twice. Condemn for the Overloader, since that'll help us out later on, and I think we're good to go. Oh, it has Overwhelm, so it just... I could have just killed the Maveloft Huntress, but we're fine. Both snowballs going on the 2-4 means there's something else afoot. Well, I guess they can just double attack us, so it's fine. We have to be very careful not to die here. So we want a Vicious Rejuvenation for 7. The good news is we have quite a few of the tools we need. The bad news is that we don't have them in the right order. So it's going to be pretty hard to Vicious Rejuvenation here. Or really do anything of the sort. Seed of Mystery, that's not going to help. I think they spend the next 2 turns just killing off all of our little units with Wumps and Mizos. Yeah, we can't quite recover here. I don't know. Maybe I need something more to deal with like the early aggro here. Like Malediction might be a pretty good choice. Not so much. We're having a rough time though. Running into some pretty interesting decks. Alright. Proud Comic. We got a Seed of Mystery, a Xenon Silix, a Shadow Symbol, and a Time Sigil. Got the Akantha Ascending and an Aurelian Merchant. I think I feel pretty happy about this. So we can set down Akantha on 2, which is pretty useful. Play the seat first if we want to, although Silix will also be acceptable. But getting towards those Dark Elves is pretty important. So yeah, we want the seat down, and then we can potentially play the Silix for the Dark Elf. Or we can wait. Apprentice Mage actually makes a lot of sense here as an option, so we'll probably grab that first. Aurelian Merchant can trade in Pyrotech Explosion, which is not currently a useful feature for us. Metalcraft Cadet is not high on our list of worries, so we're pretty okay with that. And Aurelian Merchant trades in this Pyrotech for Trade Agreement. I can condemn this 1/1 as well if I want to. I will get a Overloader if I choose to condemn, or I can just condemn for value. I think with the power we currently have, which is 6, I'd be okay with condemning for this, for an Overloader. Oh, it's got Regen. So if I want to grab the Overloader, that is an option. I think I'm going to go for it. So we can play Akantha, Xenon Silix here, which I think is pretty reasonable. And then we can just Treasure Trove. It's a little more effective than Trade Agreement early on, but we also really want to get to those 4/4 flyers or 4/3 flyers. Once we have those, we're in better shape. Lord Steyer's Tower is a very scary card that's going to cause a lot of problems. I think they just Valkyrie warped it, which is super bad for us. Yeah, that really couldn't have gone worse. But we'll play the Trade Agreement and we'll hope for the best. Alright, so I have a 5/7 Warcry. A bunch of aggro that we can't really deal with just yet. They did choose to attack us, so we can actually push a bunch of extra here. And that might end up being pretty helpful. More Valkyrie with Regen.
Looks like we're both getting chafed.
We have 3 things to attack with, which is very helpful. Not quite enough to get the site, but enough to get pretty close. Curfew Enforcement will reduce the cost of those by quite a bit, assuming they exhaust the Valkyrie, which they probably will. Okay. So now the question becomes whether or not we can swing for enough damage to kill them, which is going to be a tricky one to be sure. Okay, I like this a lot. We'll go for Time Etchings. I'm going to trade the Overloader back in for, I think, Tuvon Skybreak Giant. Lord Steyer's Tower gives them a bonus at end of turn. So we want to ambush down to 1 card because they're going to try to spend cards here. Nope, they're actually going to just play a Metalcraft Cadet, which is not as dangerous for us, personally. Okay. Got a decent amount of damage here. What we don't have is the ability to survive the next turn. So we need to find that. Quartet Maximizer won't do it. So I believe that's game. This was working a lot better when we weren't recording it. You know? Always the case. We still need better ways to stabilize, to clear the board. Promenade Patrol is pretty cute. Curtain Call is definitely not bad. From Beyond, right? I can even put a justice symbol in here, which is going to be kind of fun. We got to cut cards. That's going to be harder. I think Zumic Coercion is starting to come out. I could just totally stop running Blow the Dam. Let's try that. The problem may be related to card draw. Alright, we're trying some experiments here. We're going to put a From Beyond into the deck, replacing the Zumic conversions to see if we can get slightly better openers against our opponents. This looks like a pretty strong hand overall, though, so we're definitely going to run it. Got the Snapix, we got a Vara's Favor, we have Time Etching, so we can start picking up some fast options pretty quickly. Really just looks pretty good overall. I do need a Shadow, and I'm not currently willing to plunder for it. I think plundering a Kantha doesn't sound like a terrible plan here. Honestly, a Kantha might be the card that we are most willing to cut at this point. I like Desert Alchemist for her. I like a couple of other options. Might be something that we end up doing. Vara's Favor gets us a second Shadow for Xenon Silix, which I think is pretty relevant, so we'll go for that.
Touch of shadow.
Though getting Time Etchings out is pretty important as well. We can send an agent at this Okessa's audience, but it's better to make them pay for it and then send the agent afterwards. Playing a time symbol here makes perfect sense, and we don't need to play Time Etchings because we want to get a market. Monolith Guardian is a 1/1 if they have a relic. So we might just swap in a time here for Ascendant Agent and wreck the relic. It only costs 1. And it prevents us from taking a lot of damage that we would otherwise be taking.
You'll be good as
Gearmaster's a little scarier, but not too far on the scary end. And we're only a turn away from Snapixes, which should help us defend against the Gearmasters and get us a little bit of health in the process. Are looking for a little bit more Amplify. If we can find some red for Blow the Dam, that'd be especially effective. Sad to lose the Plunderer, but it's not the end of the world. Snapix number 1 is here. Gains us at least 4 health here and can block the 7/7, which is a big deal. I think we just blocked the 7/7 with it. Easy way to gain 2 and stabilize. Get some damage done.
You'll be good as new.
From Beyond can be used to discard some stuff. I think that's not an unreasonable idea here.
I beseech you.
We can pitch that Laser Blast, which I'm super happy to do. Swing in for 2. And play Snapix again. Keeping us nice and stable, nice and healthy. We don't need to actually have Snapix's regen to win this game, so... Opum the Gem Blazer represents another big pile of damage, so we gotta be really careful here. But we got a big pile of damage, so what's not to love?
Focus, child.
Trailmaker gets us our first red. Pretty excited about that. We're gonna hold on to the power here because we need it to play other things. Obviously can't attack here. That's no good. I could do a block, but I don't think it's particularly strong. Amaran Shoveler is going to get them a lot of card advantage, but that means that they're on a pretty slow path to victory, and we can probably find something to kill them before that happens. So block there. If I want to, I can triple block this, and that'll just get rid of everything. I think I'm largely okay, though. Alright, let's see what our next draw is. There's a bunch of available options. Vicious Rejuvenation is a pretty good one. I see myself at 19 right now, so... yeah, let's hold tight. The 2/4s can stabilize us some, if that is what we want to do. If they play out their power here to grab something from their market, then we are just golden. 12 and 7 is 19. Okay, so they no longer have anything left. They're going to attack us with a 12 and a 7. That's going to put us to 19. And at that point, we should just win off the Vicious Rejuvenation. No blocks, because we want to go to 2. They have nothing in play, so swap health. And swing. Very fun. This deck doesn't have the most amazing win rate, but every win feels real good. Beautiful stuff. Never saw it coming. That is correct, Meowkin. All right. We should... I'm going to roll a Sure commercial. Am I done? I think I got a few more in me for sure. All right. We'll be right back, folks. Got to use the bathroom and such. Oh, okay. Can't do that. I'm not logged in. Oh, that's my work. Yeah, okay. Back in a sec. Wow. Even got a "we'll be right back" thing. You just tap it. Hooray. See you in a moment. Yeah, ready to rock. So got a little bit apple left to eat. A little bit cracker. But I think we can play for 20 to 30 more minutes. I should really go to bed soonish so that I can sleep, so that I can stream tomorrow. Because I have work tomorrow, so I have to, yeah. We might be able to catch like a nap after work before the stream. It's a hard one, though. This is a really fun deck. I think we still need something. Like, some sort of like... We need to add a little more power to the deck in the form of something that isn't a Kantha. If we find a good trade for a Kantha, that's going to make a big difference. Alright, right away, opening hand seems great. We're going to go ahead and keep it. I'm still looking for a couple of substitutions. I'm guessing we're going to cut the Akanthas for something cheaper that's going to defend us a little better. We are trying to figure out, like, just sort of how to keep the early game nice and safe while we set up for the other stuff. But at the moment, it's a deck that people are not really prepared for, and so it tends to surprise them a lot, which is just a lot of fun. I got a Shadow Creeper, nothing can happen Aegis, and pay 5 to discard and kill an enemy unit. Ooh. Oh, that is just a very good set of things that it's got going on. So I really like Snapix, but we don't have like a great amplify yet, so we should probably pick something that we can amplify. Trade Agreement is good here, but so is Anoris Roa. I kind of like the Send an Agent here as well. I think we will just play that, and then we will probably use Aurelian Merchant to hit the Treasure Trove and just send the Trade Agreement later. Okay, Shadow Creeper has some value as an early defender and may end up being in our deck at some point. Ooh. Alright, so now we are a bit more convinced that we actually want to play Trade Agreement. I like this. I like ramping, and I like playing Snapix as soon as possible. Since I like playing Snapix as soon as possible, I think we're going to go for the Aurelian Merchant into a Send an Agent or an Anoris Roa. But Snapix into Diabolic Machinations is going to be a big, big thing for us. So if we can actually hit that Snapix and hit the Diabolic Machinations, we can just win the game on that without even having to play Trade Agreement. So no blocks there.
Choose a path.
We do have to have a decent amount of health left. But Snapix is down. I have Send an Agent at fast spell speed. I have Fall of House Roa. Oh, right. We messed that up. That's fine. So we condemn here. I don't think we grab the red card. Just for this turn? Okay.
Learn their fears.
I can trade for Overloader if I want to. It's really not a bad play, because we might get the red that we want to actually play more cards. So I can sort of see that being a thing. Machinations is still pretty key. No blocks there. That does put us a little bit low, but we got some potential to turn that around. Goliath Flytrap will silence us at the start of every turn, which is a huge problem, actually. I want something to block with. But I don't think I can afford it. Yeah, so silence, 0-3. Goliath Flytrap is definitely causing some problems. We get to block here. Machinations for 6. We have no other choices.
Knock 'em down.
We got another Machinations, which I love. So that's 1 for sure. 2 is probably a shadow symbol. But I also like Desperate Courier here. Shadow here.
I'll get it there.
Still not quite enough, but it does help. We can use Overloader to get a red, which might help a bit more. Assuming we're willing to get very fancy. Follow House Roa costs 0 right now, and it's fast. That's really not good. Okay, so Fall of House Roa. We get Deadly on our units, which is super not helpful now. We still get to gain 2, so we go 2 here, 2 here, and then 3 here. Gain 4, take 5. I think I just have to Machinations for free.
Knock 'em down.
Beautiful. Actually beautiful. We got the second Fall of House Roa. That's why we Machinations the second time. 4 7s, stay alive while also keeping us alive. Our dignity is miraculously intact. Yeah, you can lifesteal as much as you like. Wow. Scary stuff. Okay, Time Etchings will get us some stuff, none of which matters right now. Time Etchings can get us Tuvon. That's not going to be good enough. Yeah, so we're just going to Vicious Rejuvenations on their turn. That'll be our turn. Shoal Stirrings is very scary. They've drawn 2 of them now. Let's swap health totals. And I'm going to block. Or am I going to block? I'm probably not going to block. The Marius Mandrake is a problem. But Tuvon is going to help some. Desperate Courier. That's got the Plunder, which is not an important ability at the moment, but still helps. Tuvon has Ambush, which helps somewhat. Snapback steals 2 at the moment, which is... I really feel like that might be important, but I'm not sure if it's important enough.
I'll get it there.
We're going to skip the Plunder. Just end our turn and play Tuvon. Shoal Stirrings is a fast spell now. That's true.
Come forth.
Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. They discarded a card here to kill one of my cards. That's fine. Tuvon has Overwhelm, so think we're happy to just sort of let this... Oh, wait, no. 6s. There's too many things here. So we do have to block some. 6, 12, 18. Yeah, so the 9 has to get blocked. 6, 12, 18. Another 6. And then we are 6, 12, 18. Yeah. Not quite there, but close. SnapX can't quite save us. And neither can Tuvon. Desperate Courier, not going to get us there. Blow the Dam is extremely useful.
Get it there.
If we had fire, which we don't. I think they win here. I have just enough. And I don't have another Fall of House Roa. Mandrake Deck spiraled a little faster than we could unspiral. Decks right now are great. Quite happy with how they're playing. We still have to defend our combos a little better. I think if we'd sent an agent at the right card, that would have been fine. Alright, no time here, so we're going to redraw. Time and Shadow, plus a Talir's Favored, and 2 Diabolic Machinations. Seems like a good opener. A little bit slow, that's the main problem, but play the Time Sigil, we hope for the best. Talir's Favored will get us an undepleted power, which we can then use to undeplete other seats. Trailmaker can ramp us, which is also pretty important. Ideally, we would like to play a Trailmaker here and a power. Didn't quite get there. Oh, wait, no, we did. If we Time Etchings now... I think we Talir's Favored here. We can Time Etchings next turn.
Something catch your eye.
And grab the relic that we're looking for.
This'll do the trick.
Time. Probably trade the Trailmaker here. Actually, I think we trade the Akantha. Get the trade agreement. Play another Trailmaker with a Diabolic Machinations and a trade agreement.
Oh, it's in here
Learned Imitator's gonna go for something super fancy. It's a Wumpin Mizo, so meh. We'll live. Toss a snowball at the Geneb Merchant.
This'll do the trick.
Play the trade agreement. Get snowballed back in return. Now the central problem I have is that, like, with the snowballs messing up our Trailmakers, we are going to have some issues getting the Diabolic Machinations off. Currently works at fast spell speed, it's just not strong. Geralt is almost fully active, which is another big issue.
Something catch your eye.
I'm afraid our Trailmakers are just all going to die.
This'll do the trick.
constantly plagued by the ghosts of the past.
Try!
Super. I don't have enough power to Machinations, so we just take a billion damage and then we die. Can't send an agent after party pairs. I need something to replace the Akanthus, and I need it to be able to kill stuff. Devouring Shadow? Too expensive. Edict of Makar? Too cheap. Suffocate gives us some play. Fatal Misstep is not bad. But we're going to be ramping pretty hard, so... What about Warlock's Brew? A lot of the cards we've been running into can die to Warlock's Brew. Or at any cost. Nectar of Unlife costs 2 and deals 2 damage. Has a nice amplify. You gotta play at any cost. It's a good stabilization tool that also happens to deal a bunch of damage. And gains us life, which is important. Yeah, the decay is nice. We could also try for more amplifies. I'm not sure if this shouldn't just be a Stonescar deck. Like, I feel like we're gonna have the same problems with, like, defending these units, so. Alright, continuing the experiments, trying new things. We're gonna be running at any cost in place of Akantha. Try and trade a little better with the early aggro decks that we're running into. Time Symbol, Seed of Mystery, Shadow Symbol, plus Xenon Silix and Diabolic Machinations. Generally starting with the Machinations is really strong here, so we're going to give that a shot. I have a Condemn, which is pretty useful if we want to get a red card of some kind. I also have Blow the Dam, which is not useful at all under most circumstances, but probably end up trading that for the trade agreement.
This'll do the trick.
Can condemn that now. I don't think we trade for anything, though. Okay, trade the Blow the Dam for the trade agreement. And next turn we can set down Seed of Mystery and trade agreement, or set down Aurelian Merchant and grab another big card like Tuvan or Sending Agent.
This'll do the trick.
Tricky. Trailmaker gets us to Machinations pretty easily. Trade agreement is pretty important in general. We need some fire at some point, but not immediately for any reason. If we play Aurelian Merchant, I can trade in, get the Machinations ready. I think I want the trade agreement now. If I get a power, then I'm happy to Machinations on 6. If I don't get a power, then I'm just happy. Darkwater Vines. Regen. When any player discards a card, gets +1, and that player mills. So this is going to try to mill us to death, which would be pretty threatening if we didn't already have Vicious Rejuvenation in hand and a bunch of other tools. So we're going to play the Trailmaker.
This'll do the trick.
I can Aurelian Merchant to mess with them a little bit, or to like grab Blow the Dam, but I think we're just going to Treasure Trove at fast spell speed. And play a Time Etchings, most likely for a time. I can't remember if I played my power for the turn already. I'm pretty sure that I have not. Okay, so Rejuvenation is not far away. We already have it in hand, so we can do a bunch of damage to ourselves without much difficulty. Block the 2-1, no problem. Twin Spitling plays a Timekeeper, and I believe this game is basically at its end. We play our Shadow Symbol. That puts us to 8. Diabolic Machinations is going to get us... I could wait one more turn. It would be a little safer. I don't think a little safer is important, though. I think we just want to win here. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We don't need to, like, preserve life totals here, but we can if we want to. That seems useful in particular. All of their fast spells are slow, so a lot of the stuff that they might be doing to mess with us, they can't actually do. So let's hit 15.
Knock 'em down.
At any cost is a fast spell, so it'll be slow. Vara's Favor and Fall of House Roa are both very good cards that are going to be really, really handy here. We're going to take the Fall of House Roa. We're probably going to take a second Machinations, but we might just take a Time Sigil. Let's take a Time Sigil, yeah. Start my turn. Play the time. Fall of House Roa. Swing, swing. Vicious Rejuvenation. Playing a unit with 5 or less does not save them here, because they're going to go to 1. But they do get some power here. Fast spell Vicious Rejuvenation is very fun. That is actually something that we have considered running in the deck. I have not accidentally hit that last Amplify Meowkin, but I'm sure it's going to happen at some point. All right, that's probably the last of those particular decks. So this is Diabolic Edict. We did make some changes, like I said. We swapped in the At Any Cost as a better stabilization tool for dealing with just smaller stuff. We were finding some issues with Wump and a couple of other like small units that were trying to kill us. Wanted to do something that would actually stabilize us better than making tokens. And I believe we took out the 4-drops to add in extra market cards for Blow the Dam. This is kind of a fun of in the deck. It can probably be replaced with something that just deals like a little bit of straight damage like Pyrotech Explosion. So not an important legendary. You can just go 2 Pyrotech Explosion, and that's a good enough change. I actually have to craft another Pyrotech Explosion in order to make that happen. So we might hold on to the Blow the Dam. I'm certainly enjoying it. But yeah, Couriers, Mages, Maximizers, Favorites, Trailmakers, Merchants, and got our Fall of House Roas, and we're also running From Beyond now as the discard option, which is currently replacing some other things. Just trying to make it a little bit harder for the early decks to get their start. All right, that is the brew for today. So without further ado, thank you so much for watching. We will probably have this up, I think, tomorrow-ish, or rather, it is 1:30 a.m. where I'm recording. But as always, I am Locopojo. I'm on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, and Patreon. If you'd like to support the stream, you can always stop by, clip things, chat, do anything that is just like sort of being good streamer peoples. You can sub for free with Twitch Prime, and you can of course sub to me on YouTube if you are so inclined, or throw some money over on the Patreon. I believe that's all of those things. Thank you so much for watching. Really, like we would not be this many sets in. I believe this is set 10, set 9. This many sets in would not have happened without you all. Really, really appreciate y'all, and once again, have a lovely, lovely time. Thanks for playing. Thanks for watching. All right. Yay. That is it for us for tonight, I think. 1:32, so yeah, probably should go to bed. Gotta brush teeth and wash face and all of that standard stuff. Let us go ahead and throw a raid over to somebody. Guess it's Caleb Yada. Sure, let's raid Yada. I've raided Caleb a couple of times recently, so. Thanks so much for watching, everyone. Hope you have a lovely, lovely evening. And see you all next time. Bye.